Se partire l'audio avviato, parlare online. Sì, vado in incrocio l'analisa perché c'è anche un'altra occasione. C'è una delle ospiti che è una di quelle di pagate sul SAR, quindi pagate da noi.
Buonasera, ci sentite online? Buonasera Ministra, è un piacere averla. Con noi ci sentite? Sì? Bene. Ok, direi che possiamo cominciare allora? Ok. Yes, I think we can start. Welcome everybody, benvenuti a tutte e tutti a questo nostro convegno. È un piacere avervi qui finalmente. Questa sessione inaugurale sarà in italiano. Quindi senza troppi indugi, dato che i tempi sono stretti, abbiamo moltissimi interventi, passo subito la parola al magnifico rettore dell'Università degli Studi di Siena, il professor Francesco Frati.
Grazie.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. È un piacere essere qua oggi ed è veramente un piacere salutare la ministra Cartabia che ci fa il grande onore di partecipare a questo evento. Devo dire, non per piaggeria, che la ministra ha avuto modo anche in altre occasioni di partecipare ad eventi del nostro Ateneo e la ringraziamo perché la consideriamo veramente un'amica dell'Università di Siena. Vorrei anche ringraziare la professoressa Groppi, il professor Lenzerini e la professoressa D'Amico e la professoressa Bindi che hanno pensato ed organizzato questo convegno, questi 2 giorni dedicati ad un tema, devo dire, straordinariamente attuale ovviamente per almeno 2 motivi. Il primo è perché inevitabilmente si parla di pace e la parola pace ha un preciso significato, soprattutto in questo momento in cui purtroppo i rumori assordanti della guerra si sentono a pochi chilometri di distanza dal nostro paese e purtroppo si vedono gli effetti della guerra anche con le immagini che in queste ultime ore credo sconvolgano tutte le famiglie italiane. Penso che non ne avremo mai abbastanza di parlare di pace e dovremmo sforzarci tutti di parlarne il più possibile, perché gli eventi di questi giorni, di queste settimane, ormai, ahimè, di quest'ultimo mese, ci dimostrano che l'argomento è molto più attuale di quanto forse potevamo pensare fino a poco più di un mese fa. E credo che l'altro elemento significativo di questo convegno è che si unisca al tema della pace il tema del ruolo delle donne, un ruolo che nel nostro paese, così come nel resto del mondo, deve essere riconosciuto ed è un ruolo, una testimonianza, un esempio di cui è bene mettere al corrente tutta la comunità, la cittadinanza, gli studenti, i colleghi, perché è uno di quei passi che tutti noi dobbiamo fare per far acquisire alla nostra comunità di riferimento, alla nostra società, un'attenzione nei confronti della disuguaglianza tra sessi che è diventata ormai un tema imprescindibile dal dibattito pubblico. Guardando il bicchiere mezzo pieno possiamo in un certo senso consolarci con il fatto che negli ultimi anni molti passi avanti sono stati fatti in questa direzione e devo dire di questi passi avanti si percepiscono gli effetti piano piano anche nel mondo universitario. Però allo stesso tempo c'è una parte, diciamo così, del bicchiere che è ancora mezza vuota ed è quella strada che ancora dobbiamo percorrere affinché veramente l'uguaglianza tra generi nella nostra società sia compiuta, e lo sarà quando diventerà patrimonio della consapevolezza pubblica, ancor più che quando avremo leggi, provvedimenti, norme, linee guida indispensabili per garantire questa parità. La parità sarà veramente compiuta quando, ripeto, diventerà patrimonio della nostra comunità, quando non ci sarà più bisogno di parlarne in un certo senso. Per il momento, proprio per colmare quella parte ancora mezza vuota del bicchiere, è ancora necessario parlarne, e per parlarne, come spesso succede, ed il miglior modo per parlarne, come spesso succede, è quello di far conoscere il ruolo che le donne hanno avuto in numerosi segmenti della nostra società, e in questo caso, nell'evento di questi 2 giorni, il tema dei processi di pace. È un tema su cui, come sarà molto più esaurientemente di me discusso durante questi 2 giorni, le donne hanno dimostrato in passato di poter dare un contributo fondamentale ed è un ruolo che potrebbe, anzi che ci auspichiamo venga ancora maggiormente riconosciuto anche sulla scorta dei grandi esempi del passato. Per cui veramente grazie alla professoressa Groppi, grazie a tutto il suo staff di collaboratori e collaboratrici che con lei hanno curato l'organizzazione di questo evento, grazie a tutti gli ospiti anche di altre università che parteciperanno con i loro contributi, grazie alla rete delle università della pace, il cui delegato per l'Università di Siena è il professor Lenzerini, rete delle università per la pace nata soltanto poco tempo fa, poco più di un anno fa se non ricordo male, ma che già si è trovata a dover far sentire la parola, la voce comune del sistema universitario italiano, la voce comune dell'Accademia italiana in contesti di guerra che purtroppo continuano ad essere attuali. Io mi auguro che, anzi sono sicuro che queste riflessioni che saranno svolte in questi 2 giorni saranno veramente utili per tutti e non mi dilungo oltre, ringraziando nuovamente tutti voi che siete presenti, gli ospiti e in particolar modo la ministra Cartabia.
Grazie mille al magnifico rettore. Adesso subito la parola al professor Ciro Corvese, il direttore del Dipartimento di Studi Aziendali e Giuridici che ci ospita.
Grazie Valentina. Signora Ministra della Giustizia, magnifico rettore, colleghi e colleghi, signore e signori, partecipanti tutte e tutti online e in presenza. E per me è un grande onore ed un grande piacere portare i saluti del Dipartimento di Studi Aziendali e Giuridici della Scuola di Economia e Management dell'Università di Siena ed accogliervi in questa splendida struttura che una volta è stato il convento dei frati francescani, attiguo alla Basilica di San Francesco, dove è custodito uno dei miracoli più straordinari che la Chiesa abbia riconosciuto, il miracolo delle sacre particole. E di miracoli, forse in questo periodo, ne abbiamo davvero tanto bisogno. Prima di tutto mi corre l'obbligo di ringraziare le colleghe Elena Bindi e Tania Groppi, tutti i membri del comitato scientifico e del comitato organizzatore, le relatrici e i relatori che hanno permesso la costruzione e l'organizzazione di una straordinaria occasione di riflessione su di un tema di estrema importanza, soprattutto in questo particolare periodo, oserei dire tragico, questo periodo che stiamo vivendo. Prima di cedere il passo alle relazioni, permettetemi di svolgere alcune brevissime considerazioni, seppure sparse. Prima di tutto lasciatemi dire che la guerra non è mai, mai e può mai la risposta. E per usare le parole di Papa Francesco, la guerra è follia e lo è sempre. La guerra non è mai la risposta, la pace è il nostro scopo, non solo perché abbiamo negli ordinamenti giuridici regole precise, la nostra Costituzione, l'articolo 11, dove c'è esplicitamente scritto che si ripudia la guerra e quindi abbiamo l'obbligo di rispettare, ma perché sentiamo la pace interiormente, come un sentimento, come un diritto morale, un obbligo morale alla pace. In una parola latina, lo ius. E credo fermamente che questo sentimento sia molto più forte e deciso nelle donne. E di quasi 2500 anni fa, un'opera letteraria di estrema importanza, la tragedia di Antigone, quella scritta da Sofocle. E permettetemi una notazione di carattere personale. Io mantengo ancora gelosamente il volume della mia ultima classe del liceo classico e ogni tanto lo tengo nello studio e lo rileggo per darmi appunto alcuni spunti molto importanti. Nell'Antigone Sofocle fa sì che sia una donna, Antigone appunto, ad appellarsi alla legge dei legami familiari, alla legge del cuore, perché ella crede fermamente che la legge del cuore, della coscienza, sia superiore alle leggi della sua città. Antigone riconosce sì che è il re Creonte quello a cui spetta imporre le leggi alla città, ma il conflitto tra le proprie leggi e quelle dello Stato diventa essenziale. Le donne hanno approcci diversi nel trovare soluzioni anche durante la guerra e questo rappresenta un valore. Lo afferma Virginia Woolf in un saggio del 1938, a voi tutto noto, Le 3 Guinee, dove riferendosi alle donne Virginia Woolf scrive: mentre vediamo lo stesso mondo, lo vediamo con occhi diversi. L'aiuto che possiamo dare sarà diverso e forse proprio per la sua diversità potrebbe avere un qualche valore. La diversità offre valore e questo è indiscutibile. Non si può tacere però che storicamente il mondo è rimasto silente sulla situazione delle donne in guerra silenzioso quasi come le donne che rimangono in disparte durante la guerra o che ne sono escluse dai negoziati di pace. Quando le donne sono state, passatemi il termine, reclutate come portatori di pace, portatrici di pace o per qualità apparentemente femminili come l'essere compassionevoli, diplomatiche o il mostrare capacità comunicative, tendono ad essere inquadrate all'interno di ruoli stereotipati e di conseguenza non nella posizione di avere un impatto sull'intera organizzazione per raggiungere la pace e di parteciparvi su di un piano di parità con gli uomini. Infatti nelle operazioni di pace le donne sono solitamente impiegate in ruoli di infermiere, medici o in unità tradizionalmente legate alle cosiddette questioni di genere, come la protezione di donne e bambini, mentre la loro presenza in ruoli di leadership rimane minima. Pertanto sono associate e giudicate in relazione a ciò che è visto come lavoro delle donne, piuttosto che in relazione alla loro possibilità di fornire sicurezza e protezione. Ma se tutto ciò è vero, il cambiamento è possibile. Le donne non vogliono più riferirsi alla pace in modo automatico e incondizionato, non sono più al di fuori della società come un tempo. I loro occhi comunque rimangono diversi, vogliono rimanere diversi. E dato che la guerra continua a non appartenere a loro come tradizione, come cultura, sono le donne ad essere propense oggi più che mai a vedere e attuare azioni immediate e future per contrastare la guerra e per raggiungere la pace. Il cambiamento è quindi possibile. Quest'anno, penso, non ricordo esattamente, ma ad ottobre sono 22 anni dalla risoluzione delle Nazioni Unite, la numero 1325, di quale pure si parlerà durante questo convegno. Senz'altro molto è stato fatto, ma molto deve essere ancora fatto e credo che alla fine di questi 2 intensi giorni di studio ne saprò molto di più. Termino qui i miei saluti, ringraziando molto per l'attenzione e auguro a tutti e a tutti buon ascolto.
Grazie mille professor Corvese. Adesso la professoressa Tania Groppi, professoressa ordinaria di istituzioni di diritto pubblico qui all'Università di Siena e Principal Investigator nel progetto PRIN Framing and Diagnosing Constitutional Degradation a Comparative Perspective nel quadro di cui questo evento si inserisce.
Grazie mille Valentina e grazie a tutti e a tutte. Un particolare ringraziamento alla ministra e amica Marta Cartabia che ci ha voluto onorare della sua presenza in mezzo ai innumerevoli impegni e a tutte le relatrici, i relatori che hanno scelto di essere qui in presenza ed online per contribuire a queste giornate. Io vorrei dire soltanto poche parole sull'origine di questo convegno, che risale ormai a quasi 2 anni fa, quando nell'ambito di un convegno organizzato a Milano dalla professoressa Marilisa D'Amico e dal suo gruppo, un convegno sulla violenza di genere, emerse la questione più ampia del rapporto tra democrazia costituzionale e violenza di tutti i tipi, anche violenza nei conflitti bellici e dei conflitti bellici. In altre parole, ci trovammo, partendo dalla violenza di genere, a riflettere sulla pace come valore di riferimento della democrazia costituzionale e sul contributo che l'eguaglianza di genere può dare alla costruzione di una società e di un ordinamento internazionale ispirati al principio pacifista, un principio che è al centro della Costituzione italiana. E proprio nell'ambito del progetto di ricerca sulla constitutional degradation, questo arretramento della democrazia nel mondo negli ultimi 20 anni, mi sono interrogata sulla possibilità di individuare un legame tra questo degradation e la guerra, la violenza in questa stessa epoca. E accanto a ciò il collegamento tra pace ed eguaglianza di genere, che non è poi così acrobatico se solo si considerino alcuni dati ricavabili dalla storia che mostrano 3 cose, almeno: la propensione alla guerra dei regimi autoritari, 1, 2, la tendenza dei regimi autoritari a discriminare e marginalizzare le donne, inoltre il legame tra la lotta dei movimenti delle donne per l'eguaglianza e la lotta per la pace, che ha connotato il XX secolo, questo parallelismo. E tutto ciò implica il passaggio dalla visione delle donne come soltanto vittime della violenza e vittime nell'ambito dei conflitti armati, una visione che non deve essere accantonata, ma il passaggio da questa visione delle donne unicamente come vittime alla visione delle donne anche come possibili artefici delle decisioni politiche anche in contesti di guerra. Una visione che è fatta propria dalla risoluzione delle Nazioni Unite che veniva citata poco fa, che però non sembra aver avuto un grande impatto, perché l'assenza delle donne anche in questo momento dai tavoli in cui si discute della guerra e della pace in tanti contesti nel mondo, e per noi in Europa in questo momento è particolarmente vicino lo scontro, l'invasione, la guerra della Russia contro l'Ucraina, ecco, è evidente, impressionante la mancanza delle donne a questi tavoli. Quindi con questo convegno intendiamo portare l'attenzione su questo tema, sul contributo che le donne e i loro movimenti possono dare nei processi di pace, partendo da esperienze concrete, fatte di persone, fatte di associazioni, nella convinzione che al di là di qualsiasi dibattito teorico, però siano proprio queste esperienze che ci possono aiutare ed essere di ispirazione. Quindi grazie davvero tantissime ancora, poi avrò modo di ringraziare ulteriormente anche tutti coloro che hanno contribuito a questo evento, senz'altro domani in ulteriori interventi. Intanto grazie davvero alla Ministra e alle relatrici.
Grazie. Adesso la professoressa Marilisa D'Amico, ordinaria di diritto costituzionale all'Università degli Studi di Milano e prorettrice alla legalità, trasparenza e parità dei diritti dell'Università degli Studi di Milano. Grazie.
Anch'io inizio ringraziando e salutando in modo speciale la Ministra della Giustizia Marta Cartabia, che è anche una costituzionalista e amica di Tania e mia fin da quando eravamo veramente molto molto giovani. E ringrazio l'Università di Siena, il magnifico rettore, il direttore Fratti, il direttore Corvese, il collega Lenzerini. In particolare ringrazio poi le colleghe Tania Groppi ed Elena Bindi, con cui abbiamo condiviso e deciso di organizzare questo evento, e porto quindi anche i saluti dell'Ateneo milanese del nostro magnifico rettore. Moltissime cose sono già state dette, io mi limiterò veramente a 2 punti. Quando abbiamo iniziato a organizzare questa iniziativa, colpite da quanto stava succedendo in Afghanistan, mi riferisco a un momento un pochino più vicino, soprattutto alle donne, non potevamo immaginare che questa diventasse ancora più attuale. Non potevamo immaginare che scoppiasse una guerra nel cuore dell'Europa, in cui siamo drammaticamente direttamente coinvolte e coinvolti, una guerra che negli ultimi giorni ci sta mostrando il suo volto più atroce. E come emerge dall'impostazione del convegno, le domande e il filo rosso che uniscono il confronto, come ha già detto benissimo la professoressa Groppi, il confronto delle esperienze di paesi diversi in momenti diversi, e cioè durante i processi di pace, nelle situazioni pre e post belliche, le domande e il filo rosso mirano a verificare se e in che misura le donne siano o siano state protagoniste nei processi di pace, sia nelle cariche istituzionali in cui si trovano, sia nelle organizzazioni internazionali, sia come parti importanti della società civile, anche attraverso le associazioni femminili. Questo momento vuole essere l'inizio di un confronto. È vero, infatti, che se siamo tutti e tutte concordi nell'identificare donne e minori come i soggetti più fragili, più esposti e finora meno responsabili delle guerre, possiamo però giustamente domandarci se esista un punto di vista e un ruolo femminile che nell'ambito della politica internazionale ambisca a dire o ad assumere posizioni diverse. Si tratta, a mio avviso, di un problema dove i numeri e la presenza femminile sono necessari, ma non sono sufficienti. Non è sufficiente se le donne si fanno carico di avere, se le donne non si fanno carico di avere ed imporre il loro sguardo, come diceva prima il direttore, il loro punto di vista. Così una studiosa come Hannah Arendt ha criticato duramente l'esperienza dello Stato-nazione e, riprendendo il suo pensiero in un bellissimo scritto, L'alleanza dei corpi, traduzione italiana, Judith Butler elabora una nozione di democrazia dove la violenza viene espulsa programmaticamente dalla sfera del politico. La critica alla violenza viene coniugata con l'immaginazione di una forma politica, la quale, più che semplicemente opporsi o reagire a sistemi politici oppressivi, presenta i tratti innovativi di un modello teso a esaltare la libertà e la spontaneità dell'interazione plurale. Riflettendo su questi temi, Adriana Cavarero parla di democrazia sorgiva, per sottolineare il carattere perennemente creativo, relazionale e mai oppositivo del suo modello democratico, un modello appunto fatto da una donna con uno sguardo di donna. Non possono essere che cenni, ma questo è l'orizzonte entro il quale abbiamo iniziato questo confronto. Quello forse utopico che immagina un mondo, una democrazia migliore e non solo una democrazia che sia meno peggio, come in un bellissimo saggio ha appunto teorizzato Tania Groppi. Una democrazia che affidi anche allo sguardo femminile la sua realizzazione. Grazie e buon lavoro a tutte e a tutti.
Grazie mille. Adesso il professor Federico Lenzerini, professore di diritto internazionale all'Università degli Studi di Siena e delegato del rettore per la rete delle università italiane per la pace.
Buonasera a tutte e a tutti. Per me ovviamente è un onore essere stato incluso in questi saluti introduttivi. E per prima cosa anch'io vorrei associarmi ai ringraziamenti per Tania Groppi, per le altre coorganizzatrici di questo evento, per il nostro rettore, per la ministra Cartabia che ci fa l'onore di essere qui con noi e per tutti i nostri speaker che veramente sono di un livello accademico e scientifico altissimo e ci hanno fatto l'onore di essere qui con noi in questi 2 giorni. Sono sicuro che questo incontro rappresenterà una grande occasione per riflettere su un argomento che, come già stato detto, purtroppo in queste settimane è ancora più attuale di quanto non lo sia mai stato in passato. C'è una frase che è molto conosciuta, molto celebre, è la prima frase della Costituzione dell'UNESCO, la quale recita che poiché le guerre nascono nelle menti degli uomini, è nelle menti degli uomini che le difese della pace devono essere costruite. E naturalmente questa norma, questa frase utilizza il termine uomini, proprio men, perché all'epoca non si faceva attenzione a utilizzare un linguaggio gender inclusive, per cui è ovvio che con questo termine si intendeva fare riferimento al genere umano complessivamente inteso. In realtà per me questi giorni questo termine assume proprio un significato diverso, perché per me è proprio nella mente degli uomini, intesi come membri del sesso maschile, che nascono le guerre e che vengono portate avanti. Non lo dico anch'io per piaggeria, però ho sempre pensato sinceramente che le menti delle donne siano un po' diverse da quelle degli uomini, soprattutto per quello che riguarda il sentimento di compassione e la sensibilità che le donne hanno molto più connaturato rispetto agli uomini. E quindi forse, secondo me, dovrebbero essere proprio le menti delle donne a cambiare quelle degli uomini per fare in modo di prevenire le guerre e per cercare di evitare che quando c'è da risolvere una controversia internazionale si pensa sempre all'utilizzo delle armi. La risoluzione 1325 è già stata citata 2 volte, sarà citata immagino molte altre volte durante questi 2 giorni, afferma proprio che gli Stati dovrebbero assicurare una rappresentatività maggiore delle donne in tutti i livelli decisionali nelle istituzioni nazionali, regionali e internazionali, e dovrebbero sviluppare dei meccanismi per la prevenzione, la gestione e la risoluzione dei conflitti. Nel sito web delle Nazioni Unite, soprattutto nella sezione in cui si parla delle missioni di peacekeeping e dell'attività di peacekeeping, si fa proprio riferimento alle donne come peacekeepers, che costituiscono una chiave per la pace, perché hanno il potenziale di aiutare le forze armate ad acquisire una maggiore legittimazione tra la popolazione locale, hanno maggiore capacità di ottenere la fiducia della gente dei luoghi in cui le missioni di peacekeeping vengono organizzate e vengono attuate, specialmente per quanto riguarda le donne, no? Le donne locali. Hanno anche la capacità di prevenire in modo più efficace certi crimini che normalmente hanno proprio come obiettivo le stesse donne, quindi le violenze o comunque tutti quei crimini che sono basati su discriminazioni di genere. Tuttavia, nell'attuazione di questa risoluzione e dei principi che essa esprime, appunto, anch'io ribadisco che sono passati 22 anni dalla sua adozione. In realtà il ruolo delle donne è ancora limitato nell'ambito dei processi di pace. È limitato a dei ruoli che sono stereotipati, perché vengono ritenuti maggiormente adatti per le donne, mentre invece non si pensa che le donne possano avere un ruolo anche nel contesto, ad esempio, della mediazione o nel contesto delle attività più importanti per raggiungere la pace. Quindi di solito le donne sono relegate in attività che ovviamente sono importantissime, come quella dell'assistenza alle donne e ai bambini locali, attività di infermiere, di dottoresse, ma molto raramente vengono coinvolte ad esempio nei processi di pace intesi come mediazioni, come si sta cercando di fare adesso tra la Russia e l'Ucraina. Vi posso dire che tra il 1992 e il 2019, nei contesti dei processi di pace, le donne hanno rappresentato soltanto il 13% dei negoziatori, il 6% dei mediatori e il 6% dei firmatari di accordi di pace. E queste cifre naturalmente parlano chiaro per se stesse. È necessario, quindi, questo ovviamente non lo dico io, ma è una riflessione abbastanza ovvia, che ci sia un cambiamento effettivo di paradigma per quello che riguarda proprio il ruolo che si deve riconoscere alle donne nei processi di pace. Le donne avrebbero molto da offrire in tal senso, e ribadisco quello che ho detto all'inizio: probabilmente le loro menti potrebbero positivamente influenzare le menti degli uomini, che ancora nel XXI secolo, dopo millenni di evoluzione umana, continuano a pensare che l'unico modo per risolvere le controversie internazionali sia usare le armi, creando sofferenza, distruzione e via discorrendo. È una questione di volontà politica, però questa volontà politica deve cambiare. Noi abbiamo bisogno della compassione e della sensibilità delle donne per cambiare questa situazione, che sembra così connaturata all'essere umano che a volte ci viene anche proprio la tentazione di arrenderci, però in realtà non è così, almeno a mio parere. E il modo per portare a questo cambiamento di paradigma è sviluppare iniziative, parlare, sensibilizzare l'opinione pubblica attraverso un approccio che non deve necessariamente partire dall'alto, ma può partire anche da altri settori della società. Per cui ritengo che un evento come questo possa dare un contributo all'evoluzione che ci deve essere, nel senso che abbiamo detto. Non importa quanto questo contributo sia importante e sia grande, l'importante è che si parli sempre di più di questi temi e che si riesca a farli entrare in modo deciso nelle menti degli esseri umani, ma in particolar modo in quelle degli uomini. E ripeto per la terza volta, in questo le donne possono dare un contributo decisivo.
Grazie mille e adesso abbiamo il piacere e l'onore di ascoltare la conferenza inaugurale della Ministra della Giustizia, la professoressa Marta Cartabia, Presidente emerita della Corte Costituzionale, che ringraziamo ancora una volta di essere qui con noi. Grazie mille. A lei la parola. Non la sentiamo, aspetti.
Forse adesso è meglio?
Grazie, perfetto.
Grazie, un saluto affettuosissimo a tutti i presenti, a partire dal Rettore Frati. Sarebbe stato bello davvero essere lì con voi come qualche anno fa, quando in altre occasioni, in occasioni di altre iniziative della instancabile amica e collega Tania Groppi, siamo venuti non soltanto a parlare di diritto, ma anche ad ascoltare una splendida conferenza sul vostro affresco sul buon governo, che ha accompagnato tante riflessioni mie e che ho potuto anche condividere su tanti scenari diversi. L'occasione mi è veramente gradita per far arrivare un saluto, un abbraccio affettuosissimo alle care amiche Tania Groppi, Marilisa D'Amico, Elena Bindi, a salutare il professor Federico Lenzerini, che non conosco di persona, ma che sta svolgendo, da quanto sento, un'opera davvero, davvero pregevole, quanto mai tempestiva in questi momenti che non avremmo mai immaginato di dover attraversare. Poche parole attraverso l'immagine, o se vogliamo brevi ritratti di 4 donne che nel pensare alla vostra conferenza si sono imposte alla mia riflessione. 4 donne che hanno in comune la caratteristica, il tratto di essere delle donne giuriste che in vario modo danno un contributo specifico al mantenimento della pace, alla prevenzione, alla risoluzione dei conflitti, secondo le modalità diverse che il diritto e la giustizia offrono, ma che ci richiamano immediatamente a un binomio che ai miei occhi, agli occhi del Ministro della Giustizia, non può non campeggiare in questa riflessione che state avviando, così importante, così decisiva per il tempo che stiamo attraversando. Il binomio è pace e giustizia. Giustizia e pace sono spesso due sostantivi che vengono accoppiati in tanti contesti culturali diversi, nell'iconografia, e davvero la storia ci dimostra la solidità di questo accoppiamento. Pace e giustizia non possono che progredire congiuntamente. E allora veniamo a questi 4 volti che brevemente vorrei tratteggiare, alcuni più noti, per lo più ampiamente noti, e qualcuno forse meno noto al grande pubblico. La prima, dal teatro di guerra, dall'Ucraina, Irina Venediktova. Irina Venediktova ha 43 anni. È la procuratrice generale dell'Ucraina, la prima donna a ricoprire questo incarico, una politica, docente universitaria, avvocato, e nel 2018 è diventata anche consulente legale dell'attuale presidente Zelensky. La procuratrice in queste settimane si sta impegnando e sta insistendo su ogni scenario affinché, cito, i russi che hanno commesso crimini di guerra vengano portati davanti al Tribunale dell'Aia. Questo, devo dire, anche a livello di impegno politico dei ministri della giustizia nelle varie consessi internazionali in cui partecipiamo, a partire dall'Unione Europea, dal Consiglio Giustizia e Affari Interni, al G7, ad altri gruppi più informali e contenuti come il gruppo Van Donna, è stato il primo pensiero, cioè mettere in condizioni la Corte Penale Internazionale di svolgere con la dovuta imparzialità, indipendenza, con il pieno rispetto dei principi della rule of law che giustamente noi pretendiamo dai nostri giudici al nostro interno, nel pieno rispetto di tutti questi principi longevi, storici, capaci di contribuire nel lungo tempo davvero alla realizzazione di un ordine giusto e rispettato, di potersi occupare anche di ciò che sta accadendo sul teatro dell'Ucraina, dove innanzitutto è fondamentale essere in condizioni di poter raccogliere le prove, le immagini, la narrazione dei fatti, le testimonianze di chi sta subendo, come appare dalla lettura dei quotidiani, dalle immagini che vengono trasmesse sui media, con ogni probabilità una serie importante e grave di crimini di guerra. Questa donna, Irina Venediktova, da donna, in queste settimane sta rivolgendo un'attenzione particolare alle donne e ha sottolineato, uso le sue parole, le forze russe usano lo stupro come strumento di guerra. Questa è un'accusa che si ripete nel tempo, in tutti gli scenari di guerra, ad ogni latitudine, in ogni circostanza. L'immagine consacrata anche in quel indimenticabile film sulla Ciociara con Sofia Loren ci evoca una brutalità che ahimè non appartiene soltanto al passato. Bisogna contribuire sin da subito alla verifica dei fatti e delle responsabilità attraverso tutti gli strumenti che il diritto ci pone a disposizione, e proprio oggi 5 aprile, martedì 5 aprile, una riunione del Consiglio di Sicurezza delle Nazioni Unite discuterà il crescente numero di prove di crimini di guerra che si stanno consumando proprio sotto i nostri occhi. Accanto a Irina Venediktova non si può non pensare al nome di Carla Del Ponte, che sempre nel medesimo ambito ha un contributo così grande, ha dato proprio alla giustizia internazionale, occupandosi e svolgendo il suo servizio come procuratrice capo del Tribunale Penale Internazionale dal 1999 al 2007. I crimini cruenti che si sono consumati nell'ex Jugoslavia, gli orrori di Srebrenica del 95, i massacri compiuti in Cecenia o il genocidio in Ruanda, sono tutte vicende che hanno questo elemento comune, dove la crudeltà della guerra, dell'uso delle armi per regolare i conflitti fra gli stati porta distruzione nelle vite personali, coinvolgendo popolazioni civili, interi popoli, in massacri che davvero umiliano la nostra umanità, la dignità umana di chi li commette prima ancora che di chi li subisce. Carla Del Ponte è un testimone di quello che io reputo debba essere una attenzione particolare da dedicare anche in questo conflitto che tante urgenze pone ai nostri occhi, tornare a far parlare, a far sentire la voce del diritto e della giustizia può essere un grande contributo.
Ekranın tam ortasında bir tane var.
Un grande
Çünkü
c'è un microfono aperto, chiedo scusa. Miss Arat, the micro is open. Ok. La voce del diritto che possa tornare a farsi sentire per mettere a tacere il fragore delle armi. 41 Stati membri hanno chiesto l'intervento del procuratore presso la Corte Penale Internazionale immediatamente in coordinamento con Eurojust, proprio perché da subito, precocemente, si possa agire anche su questi fronti. Un altro scenario è stato evocato poco fa dalla professoressa D'Amico e anche io mi unisco a lei nel ricordare le donne, quelle ombre dolenti di cui parla Irene Nemirovska, scrittrice di famiglia ebrea nata a Kiev e morta ad Auschwitz nel 1942, quelle donne che in Afghanistan hanno subito più di ogni altro il completo rivolgimento della situazione politica che si è consumata quest'estate. Non possiamo dimenticare quelle donne che con quel gesto di maternità così intensa e straziante porgevano i loro figli perché venissero allontanati da loro pur di metterli in salvo, no? Quando ormai si chiudevano i voli che avrebbero potuto mettere in salvo tante vite. Ebbene, fra queste donne c'è un nome che mi è particolarmente caro, è il nome di Maria Bashir, la prima, la procuratrice generale di Herat in Afghanistan, legatissima all'Italia perché l'Italia aveva collaborato nei 20 anni con cui siamo stati presenti in Afghanistan proprio per costruire uno Stato di diritto, giustizia giusta, tribunali giusti. E la procuratrice Bashir aveva un contatto molto frequente con tutte le nostre strutture giudiziarie, con la scuola della magistratura, con il CSM, ambito nel quale avevo avuto il privilegio di conoscerla già diversi anni fa. Maria Bashir non soltanto è una donna che nella sua funzione di procuratrice generale ha in particolare speso le sue energie per contrastare tutte le forme di violenze anche domestiche nei confronti delle donne, ma è una donna anche che ha creduto tanto e ha speso tanto delle sue energie per educare le ragazze più giovani. Nel tempo libero dall'attività di procuratrice generale spendeva tutto il tempo a disposizione per andare nelle scuole a parlare alle bambine per contrastare ogni forma di giustizia, di disparità e dell'oppressione. Amava ripetere: se ce l'ho fatta io, ce la potrete fare anche voi. Ecco, io credo che dobbiamo coltivare il lavoro che è stato fatto in quei 20 anni e il suo sogno, che lo dico con le parole con le quali ce l'ha confidato, in cui dice: il mio desiderio, il mio obiettivo, il mio sogno è tornare a Herat un giorno a vedere le bimbe andare a scuola liberamente. Maria Bashir si è messa in salvo attraverso un viaggio a dir poco rocambolesco, è stata accolta qui in Italia, le è stata concessa la cittadinanza italiana, ciò che le permette di rimanere sul suolo europeo con tranquillità. È desiderosa di continuare questo suo lavoro di costruzione di una coscienza che ami la giustizia, che ami i diritti, che difende i diritti delle donne anche da qui, soprattutto nei confronti della sua popolazione che è qui è arrivata e qui ha trovato rifugio. L'ultimo ritratto, dopo Irina Venediktova, Carla Del Ponte e Maria Bashir, non può che essere quello di Eleanor Roosevelt, che so essere nell'attenzione di molti di voi e anche nei contenuti delle vostre riflessioni. Lo sappiamo tutti, la moglie del presidente Roosevelt, Eleanor Roosevelt, mentre il mondo si consumava nelle prime divisioni che avrebbero poi segnato l'ordine mondiale fino ad anni recentissimi, fino alla fine degli anni '80, con la guerra fredda, ma Eleanor Roosevelt lavorava per la Dichiarazione universale dei diritti dell'uomo. Il progetto dei diritti umani, il progetto della tutela dei diritti umani, di quel mondo nuovo che lei desiderava contribuire a far nascere, aveva un'importanza marginale nei dialoghi complessivi, nel confronto complessivo che si stava svolgendo fra le potenze vincitrici e perdenti del secondo conflitto mondiale. Aveva un'importanza così marginale che qualcuno, il presidente dell'American Bar Association qualche anno dopo, disse: è una dichiarazione scritta su carta rosa, quasi con un senso spregiativo, no? Di qualcosa valido così, per anime belle che desiderano coltivare delle illusioni rispetto alla verità delle dinamiche dei rapporti internazionali che hanno ben altre logiche, che rispondono ben altre logiche. Ma la consapevolezza di Eleanor Roosevelt e di tutti coloro che insieme a lei, sotto la sua guida, lei presiedeva quella commissione che arrivò a scrivere miracolosamente quella dichiarazione, era di lavorare per la prevenzione, più che punire, più che reprimere, più che affermare con la forza. Sapeva che il diritto nel lungo periodo, attraverso soprattutto il riconoscimento dei diritti di tutti, a partire di quelli dei soggetti più deboli, avrebbe dato un contributo di valore inestimabile alla prevenzione di ulteriori conflitti, delle guerre e al mantenimento della pace. Fu breve l'interludio di tempo che era a disposizione, una breve finestra, una piccola finestra di tempo tra la fine della Seconda Guerra Mondiale e il collasso dell'alleanza sovietico-americana, l'inizio insomma della guerra fredda. Era veramente una corsa contro il tempo che bisognava utilizzare al massimo, ma Eleanor Roosevelt aveva un approccio fermo e pacato allo stesso tempo. Ci sono alcune parole, una breve descrizione del suo modo di agire che ci viene consegnato da un bel libro da uno splendido libro di Marianne Glendon, Verso un mondo nuovo, che raccoglie e racconta la nascita della Dichiarazione Universale attraverso il lavoro dei suoi protagonisti. E Marianne Glendon ricorda Eleanor Roosevelt come una donna di leadership che diede al progetto quell'impulso che gli permise di progredire in poco tempo, di influenza politica che permise al Dipartimento di Stato americano di continuare ad aderire a un progetto che guardavano con sospetto da varie parti degli Stati Uniti, e infine di attenzione personale a ciascuno dei componenti, che consentì ad ogni membro della commissione di sentirsi rispettato. Ecco, queste tre caratteristiche trovo che siano un'immagine straordinaria di quello che può essere il contributo di una donna nelle vari aspetti con cui il diritto e la giustizia può dare il suo apporto al mantenimento della pace, non soltanto quegli stereotipi in cui normalmente distinguiamo il ruolo maschile e femminile, tuttora purtroppo ancora normalmente, ma leadership, influenza politica insieme a attenzione personale sono stati ingredienti straordinari che hanno permesso di scrivere una pagina consegnata alla storia come l'inizio davvero di un nuovo mondo, sempre da riconquistare, ma sempre consegnato alle future generazioni. Allora donne che danno voce alle vittime, a quelle vittime che sono spesso 2 volte attaccate nei teatri di guerra, che danno voce al diritto, che sanno essere avvocate ed educatrici dei diritti dei più deboli, che sanno essere costruttrici di una casa comune dove tutti possano convivere in pace, che in quel modo che corrisponde più profondamente all'animo umano. Ma c'è un'ultima riflessione con cui vorrei chiudere questo breve intervento che apre dei lavori così importanti di una conferenza che trovo davvero straordinaria per l'intuizione che l'ha animata e la tempestività con cui viene svolta. E dall'immagine con cui si chiude proprio questo libro della Glendon su Eleanor Roosevelt e la nascita della Dichiarazione Universale dei Diritti dell'Uomo, che a mio parere ci consegna un'immagine alla quale ci possiamo ispirare in questo mondo così ferito da prove e da crisi inaspettate e continue, ma che richiede, che chiama il continuo impegno e la continua responsabilità di ciascuno di noi. Leggo poche righe e su queste poi mi congedo. Nella piazza di fronte all'edificio dell'ONU a New York c'è una scultura di Arnaldo Pomodoro che coglie lo spirito di Eleanor Roosevelt e dei suoi colleghi. dono del governo italiano, rappresenta un'enorme sfera di bronzo brunito che suggerisce l'immagine di un globo. La sfera è esteticamente gradevole, anche se stupisce per la sua imperfezione. Sulla sua superficie dorata ci sono delle profonde fenditure, fenditure troppo grandi per essere mai riparate. Qualcuno può pensare che la sfera presenta queste fenditure perché è difettosa, come il mondo spaccato in due, oppure come un uovo che deve essere rotta perché ne esca qualcos'altro, o forse entrambe le cose. Certo è che quando si guarda attraverso i tagli della sua superficie si vede un'altra sfera che brilla all'interno e anche questa sfera ha già delle fenditure. Io trovo che sia straordinario che una donna, una grande giurista, Marianne Glendon, legga attraverso queste parole quell'immagine con cui ci consegna l'eredità di un'altra grande donna, Eleanor Roosevelt. Una vita che nasce dalla fenditura di una vita, che già porta le ferite di una vita che ha bisogno di rinascere ancora. Ecco, io auguro a ciascuno di voi di poter trovare ispirazione in questi volti, in questi ritratti, che in modo diverso hanno saputo con tenacia, determinazione, resilienza, come si usa dire, contribuire alla nascita di un nuovo mondo. Grazie.
Grazie davvero, ringraziamo moltissimo la ministra professoressa Cartabia per queste parole così importanti e per averle condivise con noi. La ringraziamo ancora una volta per averci onorata della sua presenza, è stato davvero un piacere, credo di parlare a nome di tutte e tutti. E sì, trasmetto qui i saluti di tutti quanti e davvero grazie davvero per questa occasione incredibile. Okay, so thanking once again the Minister of Justice, Professor Marta Cartabia. I now switch to English since we are going to start our first session dedicated to women's role in peace building processes. So we're now changing our table. We are asking to our speakers of the first session to come here, and we will have Professor D'Amico who is chairing this session.
This one.
Good afternoon to you all, speaker, colleagues, and friends. Good afternoon. Doesn't work. It's work. Okay. Good afternoon to you all, speaker, colleagues, and friends. It's such an honor to chair the first session of this outstanding international conference that deals with a topic that has gained new centrality in the public and scientific debate. Can you listen? Okay. When the organizer and I decided to dedicate a conference to the relationship between women, their role, and peace, we weren't certainly aware that we will have to be addressing such a complex issue during an ongoing and dramatic armed conflict going on in the Eastern Europe, but of undoubtedly global resonance. Despite the dramatic circumstances, I do hope this 2 days conference will foster an open and serious discussion about what women do or can do during and after armed conflicts to boost the peaceful resolution of conflicts and to allow the safeguard of the constitutional principle of equality in peace building processes as requested under the United Nations Resolution number 1325 of 2000 on women, peace and security. Today's first session, in particular, will tackle the issue from a broad and a multidisciplinary perspective that will move from history to international human rights law with prestigious panelists coming from a variety of countries that I thank very much for their invaluable contribution and for their availability to be here in presence. Following the keynote speeches, we will move on hearing the speeches of the first selection of scholars who decided to participate to the call for papers. Without taking more time, I will now give the floor to Professor Elda Guerra. Elda Guerra is an expert and professor in history and gender studies. She's co-founder of the Centro di Documentazione delle Donne di Bologna, and she is the scientific responsible of Archivio di Storia delle Donne. Among her works, we can appreciate Donne, Guerra, Politica, and I can say to resume all her activities that she's an activist. She's also an activist, and Elda Guerra will take conference on women, peace, nonviolent conflicts resolution, a historical perspective. Thank you so much, and please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to this important conference, and to Marta Cartabia for her words. Very careful. Now I will go to my presentation. In a seminal book, Women and the War, published more than 30 years ago, Jane Austen deconstructed a persistent narrative deeply inscribed in our mental representations and cultural traditions. Austen wrote, you can see, we in the West are the heirs of a tradition that assumes an affinity between women and peace, between man and war. A tradition that consists of culturally constructed and transmitted myths and memories. Thus, in time of war, real men and women perceived as beings who have complementary needs, take on in cultural memory and narrative the personas of just warriors and beautiful souls. Modern wars, after the current conflict dramatically before our eyes, with the disappearance of the distinction between home front and military front, with the involvement of the civilian population, so as a different situation. Women are present in various forms in the theater of war, and the mythology of the hero is challenged by the task that a soldier are obliged to perform. There is fury and pity, and there is also, along with brutality, that male compassion evoked in so many war tales. For this reason, first of all, I wish to make it clear that the focus of my presentation is not on women as a collective and indeterminate subject, but on groups, associations, or individuals who, in different ways, have given rise to international movements and networks. They, indeed, have intertwined the pursuit of greater justice between the sex and genders in both the public and the private spheres, with the search for policies aimed at affirming a culture of peace and a coexistence possible without resorting to arms. This does not mean denying the fact that women's historical experience is intimately connected to caring for life, but it is a historical experience, not a natural inclination, inherent, so to say, in being actual or potential mothers. The words of Jane Addams, a key figure in the history of modern social reformism and pacifism, are clear at this regard. According to Jane Addams, the claim of female citizenship was based on the historical shift from a society dominated by warfare to a society founded on nourishing human life. In this sense, women's historical experience became essential for modern states. Jane Addams is this one in the photo in the poster for this conference, and I will speak about The Hague Congress shortly. The second consideration has to do with the temporal dimension, in the sense that the history of women's political movements had spanned the last 2 centuries, measuring itself from time to time with the different historical contexts, with the challenges and dilemmas posed by the many wars they were faced with. Finally, I will focus on the action carried out by civil society organizations in dialogue and sometimes in opposition to state political actors, official diplomacy, or supranational bodies such as the League of Nations or United Nations. This is not a separate story. It unfolds, in fact, with own specificity in the interrelationship with contemporary pacifist or pacifist movements, to use British historian Martin Seidel distinction between absolute pacifism and the search for peace policies. It is impossible to summarize such a long and complex story in the short time of a presentation. Therefore, I have decided to present a few examples based on some keywords that have, from time to time, marked the discourse and the practices of these groups at crucial moments in the history of the 20th century. These keywords are prevention of war, starting from the struggles for the reduction and the limitation of armaments, acceleration of the end of ongoing conflicts, search for mediation and non-violent solutions. The first example takes us to the heart of the European theater between 1914 and 1915. At that time, on the scene, there was already a large women's movement gathered in important international associations, such as the International Council of Women or the International Women Suffrage Alliance, which demanded the overcoming of the various forms of oppression and subordination and the recognition of women as citizens a part entière. There were basically two keywords at the time: stopping the arms race, made even more terrible by the technological advances, and supporting arbitration policies to resolve national disputes. Against this background of confidence in a better world for women and men, the World War broke out. What was the reaction of these associations? Firstly, to stop the escalation. On the 1st of August 1914, on the eve of Germany's declaration of war against France, the International Women Suffrage Alliance launched an appeal from London. We, the women of the world, view with apprehension and dismay the present situation in Europe, which threatens to involve one continent, if not the whole world, in the disaster and horror of war. Powerless, so we are politically, we call upon the governments and the powers to avert the threatened, unparalleled disaster. But shortly afterwards, with the invasion of Belgium and the entry of Great Britain into the war, the discourse of sisterhood was deeply fractured, and the protagonists too of the international associations were divided along national lines. But some of them did not stop their fight for peace, which was transformed from an action to prevent and stop military escalation into an action to accelerate its end through the search for a possible mediation. Like one slide. Sorry. In spite of enormous difficulties, an international conference was convened at the end of April 1915 in Le Hague, in neutral territory, but at a short distance from the battlefields of Flanders. Around 1,200 women attended, mostly from the Netherlands, but also from other belligerent and neutral countries, and 12 nationalities were represented. The picture, but the picture there is not, show the table with American Jane Addams in the middle. And around the ace, there are English and German women, Austrian and Italian and Armenian, and so on. That Congress was the precursor of the foundation of another large international women's associations, which still exist today, the Women's League for Peace and Freedom. From it emerged a proposal and an action with the aim of accelerating the end of war, saving in this way horrors and carnage. The proposal was this: the International Congress of Women resolved to ask the neutral countries to take immediate steps to create a conference of neutral nations which shall, without delay, offer continuous mediation. The conference shall invite suggestions for settlement from each the belligerent nations, and in any case shall submit to all of them simultaneously proposal as a basis of peace. The action consisted of sending peace messenger to all governments in order to urge the governments toward to put an end to this bloodshed and to establish a just and lasting peace. This International Congress of Women delegates envoys to carry the message expressed in Congress resolution to the rulers of the belligerent and neutral nations of Europe and to the President of the United States. They also went to the Pope. It was a symbolic action, but it opened the way for women's associations and their networks to become, like other movements, a political actor on the international scene and to work after the war with the League of Nations. As regards the dialogue on the subject of peace, it is my second example. One of the most significant moments was between the 1920s and 1930s. At a time when the winds of war were blowing over Europe again, thousands of women moved to collect signatures for petitions on disarmament, to prevent a new war and to ensure a lasting peace. This large-scale communication campaign, carried out together with other pacifist associations, was launched in view of the Nations League Conference for the Reduction and Limitation of Armaments in Geneva. The Women's Disarmament Committee was formed with the participation of the various international women's associations to coordinate the enormous work. The petitions, with all the signatures collected, more than 6 million, arrived in Geneva at the conference venue, which opened on February 2nd, 1932, the same day that Japan attacked China. I cannot dwell on the speeches or on the extraordinary choreography that was put in place, except to say that trucks were used to transport the signature. All the parcels were wrapped in the chorus of the different nations and were placed at the front of the presidential table until the clerks moved them to the corridors, as can be seen from the slides. This is all the petition with signatures. This phase was destined to precipitate in the second half of the 1930s. Immediately after the failure of the conference, the rise of Nazism, and the threats to democracy, for these internationalist feminists, the dilemma was having to choose between absolute pacifism and the defense of democracy. In the end, most of the movement found itself in the words of the Declaration of Principles drawn up by the International Alliance in July 1939 at the 13th Congress in Copenhagen. In these dangerous times, where the fundamental principles concerning the relations between individual and state and between states themselves are being challenged, it is essential that women should be fully aware of the responsibilities which their feminist conviction entails. Their fight was essentially part of the great struggle against oppression of creed, race, class, and sex. The women's movement, therefore, although apart from party politics, was founded on a political conception. In consequence, it stands for equality of sex, race, and creed. These words prefigure the relationship between women's rights and human rights. In fact, after the founding of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we have heard the words of Marta Cartabia, this relationship would be at the center of a long and complex path until the recognition of women's and girl rights as human rights in themselves in 1995 at the Beijing International Conference. The Statute of the United Nations and the subsequent declaration, in drafting of which Eleanor Roosevelt played a fundamental role, included among the many legacies that of the international women's movement. From the preamble, the belief in equal rights of men and women was made explicit, and the principles were solemnly developed in the past article. A special body was also created, the Subcommission on the Status of Women, which later became the Commission on the Status of Women. I will say no more about this question, but I refer you to many important studies as well as to the contribution that follow my presentation. I will just recall that this commission had the task of proposing policies towards women promoted by the United Nations, urging their implementation through a series of conventions and declarations approved by the Assembly. One of the most important for this period on the elimination of discrimination against women of 1967, which would constitute a fundamental antecedent to subsequent developments. We should keep in mind that this shift took place in the more general context of a world that was still bipolar, but strongly marked by the results of post-colonialism and by the incipient forms of a new globalization. But not only that. In the 1980s also saw a feminist revival of women's action against the escalation of nuclear weapons, a movement that crossed Europe from Greener Command to Comiso to prevent the installation of nuclear armed missiles. Furthermore, this period saw innovative forms of resistance to dictatorship at the crowns, such as the Madres de Mayo or the bears in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, or the Women in Black. Against this backdrop, the last example concerns the network Visiting Difficult Places, promoted by Italian women together with Israeli and Palestinian women, which saw a succession of meetings and exchanges between Turin, Bologna, Jerusalem, Nablus, and other cities from 1988 to 1992. The aim of this project or network was to seek possibilities for non-violent conflict resolutions. I would like to point out that over the course of this initiative, starting with the international seminar with the still extremely pertinent title, Molte donne un pianeta, many women, one planet, a new expression was put into circulation. The expression was transversal politics, which in a short time became widely used also in different contexts. Raffaella Lamberti, one of the Italian protagonists, wrote on this subject. Transversal politics was the expression I proposed to name the political practice of crossing differences, asymmetries, divisions, and bloody conflicts. It recapitulated the gestures of rooting and shifting in an overall movement that did not deny, but rather maintained the different identities and positions. Some time later, Mira Ewell Davis, who was present at the seminar, took up that innovative approach and wrote, "Like many other feminists, I have been in search of a name for what so many of us are doing. I found it when I was invited by Italian feminists from Bologna to a meeting they organized between Palestinian and Israeli women. Transversal politics was the name because it recognizes that from each positioning, the world is seen differently, and thus that any knowledge based on just one positioning is unfinished, which is not the same thing as saying it is invalid. In this epistemology, the only way to approach the truth is by a dialogue between people of differential positionings." The seminar took place in September 1992, while the season of the new Balkan Wars had already opened, wars which put before the eyes of the world the modern use of the archaic weapon of war represented by rape. Other contribution will focus on this issue. As far as I am concerned, just one last remark. The presence of women organizations in peace processes, together with the dramatic emergency constituted by specific vulnerability of women's and girls' bodies, both in war scenarios and in the home, represent an important antecedent for the recognition of women's rights as human rights in the mid-1990s. At the same time, together with the important role played by women in the reconciliation process after civil wars in different parts of the world, especially in many African countries, it was also an important antecedent for another recognition, namely Resolution 1325, issued by 2000 by United Nations Security Council. In fact, beyond calling attention to the specific ways in which women and girls were affected by armed conflict, it also called for gender mainstreaming into all post-conflict process and peace support. Today, looking at the participants in negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, it rarely seems to be only a wish, but perhaps it helps us to imagine some possibility to overcome this very uncertain moment. On the other hand, in the words of historian of pacifism, it is also a matter of looking at the inverse de l'histoire with the awareness that every historical contingency contains within itself a plurality of possibilities, and that utopias also are part of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guerra, for this interesting historical representation and for this last consideration of present and the consideration, last consideration on utopia, and I agree. So we are moving from an historical perspective to another point of view with Professor Feride Akar. Professor Akar is Professor Emerita. She's connected. Is now? Okay. Bye. Professor Akar is Professor Emerita of Political Sociology and of Gender and Women's Studies in Middle East Technical University in Ankara, Turkey. Her academic work and research have been in the areas of gender equality and women's human rights, women in education and academia, as well as social and political movement and Turkish political life. Professor Akar, I was just to underline that Professor Akar has been a member of the UN Committee of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women for 4 terms, and she took part also in the different stages of the making and monitoring of the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, the Istanbul Convention. Professor Feride Akar will speak on standard setting and implementation in women's human rights, role of international conventions, and please, you have the floor. Thank you, Professor Akar. We can listen.
Sorry, Professor, we cannot hear you.
We can't hear.
Yeah, now yes, thank you. Yeah, now it's fine, thank you. No.
I can't hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it seems that it works and then it does not, so.
What if you take
Yes.
the headphone off? But take it off from the plug too. No. Feride, can you connect from through iPhone or something? But yours is you're muted. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, maybe, Professor, could you try to go out and enter again on the Google Meet? Professor Akar, could you hear me? Maybe now she's not hearing me, I don't know. Can you hear me? No. Yeah. Yes, maybe.
What if you get connected through a FaceTime or something, through phone or something?
We are. I will. Yeah, we can. We can move to the next. Okay, and I will write on the chat to the professor to try to disconnect.
So we start with Professor Kantaki. Professor Kantaki is Professor of Law at Brunel University, London, United Kingdom, at the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights. A leading expert on cultural rights, Alexandra Kantaki has over 50 publications varying from cultural rights and of minority and indigenous people to cultural diversity, cultural heritage, balancing cultural rights with other rights and interests, and multicultural aspects of international human rights law. And she will speak on the role of minority and indigenous women in transitional justice regime. Please, Alessandra, you have the floor.
Oh my God. Thank you, and hello, everyone. And I'm so sorry that we couldn't hear Professor Aka, but I'm sure we will in a bit. So today I'm going to talk about the role of minority and indigenous women in transitional justice regimes. And before I do that, I wanted to talk more generally about minority and indigenous women in ethnic conflicts. So it's very interesting. In The Guardian, there was this article on on March the 20th about how Ukrainian women are on the front lines, but not in the headlines. And the images that we get about Ukrainian women are Ukrainian women together with children, or rather, I should say, women in Ukraine, together with Ukrainians or not, together with children put in a classroom on their own and just living. So the women are like, so the indication is that the women are like children, they're in the same category, they are the disempowered, and they get on the bus to leave the war. The men, the brave men, stay and fight. And this is not completely true. This does not represent the reality. We have reports that said that several women have left the kids with parents and then they came back and fought. We also have discussions about how Ukrainian women have been quite open to the feminist understandings, and the Ukrainian society has been quite open to feminism. But in the media, at least at the media that we get, something happens, and this is, and even though some of us have seen in the social media how women in Ukraine are quite strong and they post a lot of things, etc. The overall kind of understanding is that women are not actors in ethnic conflicts. They are objects rather than subject in ethnic conflicts. This becomes even more difficult when it comes to minorities in ethnic conflicts. So the Deputy Interior Minister of Ukraine made this rather unfortunate comment. Everything is simple. We are first to release women and children. Foreign men must wait for women and children to come forward. We will release all foreigners without hindrance. Same goes for blacks. So you see that again, there is this simplistic understanding that there is a pecking order. First go the Ukrainian men, then go the Ukrainian women, then go the foreign men, and the foreign women. So the the Ukrainian women of different origin are not even in this hierarchy, not even in this pecking order. This is quite shocking, and once again, it reinforces why we're here today. And it reinforces the main issue that women are not seen as part of the reality of ethnic conflicts. And this goes against to CEDAW convention. Very clearly, it goes against to CEDAW convention, and Professor Aka is going to talk to us about this, I'm sure. The convention in Article 2 says that stereotype and stereotypical roles between men and women should stop, and the states should take measures to stop the stereotypical roles between men and women. And also you see that the CEDAW in 2017 talked again. So may I remind you, as Professor Aka will tell us, that this is a binding, legally binding obligation. There are many states that have reservations with regards to specific articles of the convention, but when it comes to this one, we don't see many reservations. So states are under the specific obligation, binding obligation, to take measures to weaken any such stereotypes that exist. We have not seen these measures currently. If anything, we see the opposite. And in 2017, the Committee on Discrimination Against Women has said that, has noted with concern, again, the entrenched stereotypes concerning the roles and responsibilities of women and men in the family and in society, perpetuating traditional roles of women as mothers and housewives. Mothers have to take the children to the parents, may I remind you, and undermining their social status and educational and career prospects. The limited measures taken to eliminate stereotypes in the education system, and the growing influence of men's organizations in the media portraying negative stereotypes of women. So this is something very real. The reality is that when we put the stereotypes that exist about women and the stereotypes that exist with regards to minorities, when we have any tension in the state, then we get at very deplorable levels of discrimination. So the situation of minority women in ethnic conflicts, very often they are, if they're not parties of this conflict, they're seen as invisible. They're seen as they're not there. They don't have a voice at all. If they are members, if they are parties to the conflict, they're seen as enemies. Even if they're not parties of the conflict, they're seen as the state very often, and the society is trying to figure out, whether they are with the one party or with the other party. So definitely not actors, but like a pendulum going from the one party to the other party. And we have seen, unfortunately, and I'm sure that we will talk about this in the next few days, how they have been seen as tools of the war. This is something that the UN Security Council resolution has talked about as well. Their wombs have been seen as, unfortunately, tools of the war, ammunition, and we see that with the rapes that exist, and when they carry children from the rapes, how they are seen. And they're seen in a negative way, obviously, from the society where they belong, but also from the state and other communities. Also, we see that in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Rwanda very much how rape was an essential part of ethnic cleansing. And we see the discrimination that they suffer from their communities in general, minority women during the war, and indigenous women, and also the vulnerability that becomes even bigger because of their distinctiveness. So very interestingly, for example, in Guatemala, one of the problems for empowerment of minority and indigenous women has been the language. You know, these women very often do not speak the language. If they don't speak the language, their voices is lost. So, and this kind of double discrimination, the discrimination that exists both by within the community as women and outside the community from the other parties as minorities is being seen very often. It's been seen in ethnic conflicts, but also more generally in transitional justice. I will bring the example of Canada, for example. In a historic finding, the Murdered Women Inquiry in Canada has determined that the systemic violence amounts to an ongoing race-based genocide against Indigenous peoples that was seen through the murdering of Indigenous women. These women were seen as irrelevant by the non-Indigenous men, and they were seen as inferior by the Indigenous men. So they had the worst fate, both by their and they were failed both by their own communities and by the state. What has been the United Nations responses? And I think that my old friend Federico has kind of mentioned these. So that we have a series of UN Security Council resolutions. We have the first resolution, the 1325, where we have for the first time full recognition in the international legal sphere that political violence is gendered. But we also have a number of other resolutions. Resolution 1820, violence as a tactic in war. 1889, that women should be seen as actors, not victims. 2122, women's involvement and leadership in peacekeeping and peace building operations. And 2467, women's participation in transitional justice processes. In all these resolutions, minority and indigenous women are absent. In all these resolutions, I think in the first resolution, 1325, there is this reference to refugees and refugee women, just as a reference, again, that they should be protected. But as individuals, as actors, they're nowhere to be seen. So at the moment, we are failing these women. So let me go focus now to the transitional justice processes that has been addressed by Resolution 2467. Its implementation has been rather slow. The lens of the intersectional lens has been favored a lot by scholarship. So the need to see minority women in general, but also in transitional justice through intersectionality has been emphasized a lot. But the reality is that we are not there yet. Intersectionality serves the feminist aim of producing social transformations by exposing patriarchal, racialized, and class-based structures of oppression together. And it was Black feminist legal scholar Kimberlé Crenshaw, as you know, that developed the concept of intersectionality within the legal field to make visible the conceptual gaps with regard to discrimination and violence, specifically about US women of color. And Crenshaw and other Black feminist thinkers, such as Angela Davis and Patricia Hill Collins, have stressed the importance of making visible the intersectionality of political struggles, in addition to compounding forms of structural oppression. In a very recent article that was published just last month in the International Journal of Transitional Justice, Gonzalez, Villamizer, and Bueno Hansen discuss the way intersectionality was applied in the Colombian Truth Commission, a truth commission recently established in Colombia to investigate patterns of violence committed in the context of armed conflict. And this article argues that the promise of intersectionality can only be realized if we don't only talk about structural intersectionality, but also political intersectionality. So it's not about how these women are seen as victims of violations in the civil and political rights and economic and social rights, but most importantly, these women have to be given a voice, have to be seen as political, not only partners, but at times political leaders in the drive for justice in transitional processes. So a political intersectional analysis interprets the experiences of indigenous and minority women through the separate and singular categories of gender and ethnicity. As a result, the perspective of those that enjoy the most privilege within each group ends up sidelining indigenous women's perspectives. So usually when we talk about intersectionality, we focus more on the indigenous. So the elites, the indigenous elites are going to prevail. The indigenous louder voices within the indigenous group are going to prevail. Or we focus more on the women's rights, even though we do refer to both, in which case the women leaders are going to prevail. But what we want is the synthesis of all two grounds, if not more grounds. So the lack of intersectionality means that women are still excluded. And we can see that in the Kenyan context. In the Kenya transitional justice, indigenous women participated as indigenous, but not together with other women. So in a way, they are being accommodated by others, and others put them in the group. So first of all, they have choices to make. Do you want to be with the indigenous or do you want to be with the women? Secondly, most usually it's like, okay, you're going to go with the indigenous there. So again, they are not partners, but they are being driven by their identity and the strength, and which identity is more powerful each time comes in transitional processes, is determined by others. This also is related to the continuation of seeing this big distinction between private and public domain in transitional processes. There is a frequent exclusion of minority and indigenous women from transitional justice processes on the grounds that we are talking more about the public sphere when we talk about transitional processes. So, for instance, transitional justice discourse largely buys into the public and private divide, making a lot of women and a lot of the harms that were committed during the ethnic conflict and were disproportionately suffered by women as of lesser importance. So somehow the ethnic conflict and the harm that existed in the street was more painful than the harm that existed within the family and in a form of domestic violence in the ethnic conflict. So we don't talk about that, and these do not fall in the discussions in transitional processes. So Catherine O'Rourke has called this women's secondary victimhood, which means that indirectly it keeps the emphasis on the public harms suffered by men and away from private harms suffered by women. And we also see the double discrimination where the responsibility gets shifted. So very interestingly, in the Colombian Recent Truth Commission, there is a lack of political will to guarantee indigenous women's participation in the through recovery process because the state claims that indigenous authorities deny permission to gather women's testimonies, and that the state is fully complying with the prior consultation agreements, and the indigenous group blames the state for not actually taking indigenous women seriously. So indigenous people's autonomy becomes an excuse for glossing over the issues that disproportionately impact minority and indigenous women. This is also important when it came to this double discrimination. Is also important when it came to Canada. In his recent article last year, Colin Luoma, my colleague, has shown how the Canada inquiry embraced an expansive understanding of violence to encompass gross violations of Indigenous cultural rights and cultural harm more generally, and moved away from mainstream transitional justice models to include models that rely and also focus more on the harms that have been put forward by minority and indigenous women. So what is the future? What do I suggest as the future? So I think that the most important, being a human rights lawyer, the most important suggestion would be to go back to international law. It is amazing how, you know, I still have to say this. I think that my whole kind of job as the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights is just to say to states that they have signed and ratified specific obligations and they have to follow these obligations. And it's not even making an interpretation of these obligations. I just have to say, there is this article, can you please follow it? So I think that it's important to recognize that when it comes to ethnic conflicts, when it comes to transitional justice systems, we do not have only humanitarian law or law of armed conflicts to follow us. We still have very much women's rights, but we also have very much minority and indigenous rights, and all of them have to be followed, and all of them have to be combined. Now, this is going to be a really good first step. And although it is taken as for granted, trust me, it is not. But somebody's going to say, well, how is this combination? How is this, you know, kind of how shall we combine these elements? Well, I am not going to tell you how these elements are going to be combined. They are. The minority and indigenous women are going to say how international standards of human rights are going to be translated in transitional processes. So this is to recognize minority and indigenous women as equal actors and partners, and to give them the chance not only to participate, but actually very often to lead these processes and to interpret their cultural cosmo theories and cosmo views that apply to these processes, and what some transitional process feminists say as recognize them as producers of knowledge. We are very the world has a lot of work has been done on feminism in transitional and feminist approaches in transitional justice processes, but unfortunately, this follows to a large degree still, if I may say, the Western form of feminism. So, you know, and maybe an understanding of human rights as in a way that the Western world understands them. So universalism, of course, yes, but soft universalism, understanding of that human rights are the same, but the way human rights are going to be translated and are going to be operationalized depends on the minority and indigenous women themselves, not on women in general, on minority and indigenous women that are involved. And also intersectionality. There are some UN committees that have done fantastic work in including intersectionality in their work. For example, SED has done an excellent job, and there are other committees that have not yet managed to bring in intersectionality in their work. So understanding and applying intersectionality, not just structural intersectionality, but political intersectionality. And all this leads to really empowerment of minority and indigenous women. I was in a different conference about migrant indigenous women about 6 months ago. And there was this indigenous woman who said, why are you talking about empowerment? Empowerment treats women as if they need to be empowered. We are pretty empowered. I can't find a better word, and it seems that the UN, the women's section, can't find a better word to say that they're already inside them very powerful, but in societies and in the state, we have to create the structures so that this power comes out and we learn from their knowledge. So in very practical terms, in order to apply transitional practices, not only participation, but transformational participation, which means consent. Sometimes this will also mean veto. And we can take very good lessons from the indigenous movement, and there's nobody more of an expert on this than Federico Lanzarini here. But, consent of these women, and also ensuring that their voice is not just part of the tick boxing exercise, but their voice is strong. As I said, a lot of work has been done about women in peacekeeping and in transitional justice, and this conference is an amazing proof to this. In doing this work, it is important not to forget the marginalized voices, and that are not always vulnerable, but unfortunately we marginalize them ourselves. And our aim, at least as human rights lawyers, is to make sure that we take measures to change this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra, for this, Professor Cantati, sorry, for this interesting speech. And we are starting now in Italy, studying and using the concepts of intersectionality and double or multiple discrimination. And Costanza Nardocci is one of the, she's one of the author using this concept. And this is very, very interesting and a new perspective for us. So thank you very much. So Professor Tania Groppi is telling me that it's impossible to connect with Professor Akar. No, yeah, okay. We try again. She cannot.
Hocam duyuyor musunuz?
We are very,
Feride
very
hocam.
sorry.
No.
So, it happens. It could happen. It could happen, and sometimes. So on with there is a voice.
Hocam, Feride hocam. Duymuyorsunuz galiba.
Sevgi, acaba telefondan bağlansa?
Çok stres oldu hocam. Bağlanmak istedim.
Telefondan da olmuyor mu? Telefondan bağlansa o mikrofonla yansıtılsa, ama olmadı herhalde.
Yok, olmuyor hocam.
Anladım.
Okay. Thank you very much, Feride hocam.
We go on with our selected papers. So now there is a speech on a historical reading, the International Congress of Women 1935 in Istanbul and its contribution to the world peace.
and from Yasemin Sankar Koyunlu. Sorry for my pronunciation. She's a research assistant in the Department of Sociology at Nevşehir Yaxçıbeksaç University in Turkey. And her main research areas are gender studies, women history, feminist historiography, Ottoman women's movement. Please, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Dear colleagues, members of the Congress, to participants and listeners, I send my regards and greetings to all of you. I'm happy and honored to join with you today. Because we have limited time, I wanted to start my presentation quickly. I have a PowerPoint. Let me have a second for opening it. Is it okay?
Okay, just to listen to you.
So can you see the PowerPoint?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to deal the issue of the role of women to establish peace in history by considering the contribution of women's civil society organization in peace processes. Since its emergence, the international feminist movement has brought up issues such as women's liberation, women's right and equality, emancipation and empowerment of women. This is the side of the arguments of feminism we know, but also in history, especially after experiencing the First World War, feminists also exerted serious efforts to ensure world peace by taking an anti-war position. They declared their opinions in many ways, and as an example of this, I'll focus on 12th International Congress of Women. I will touch on the discourses about peace throughout the Congress. The 12th International Women's Congress held in Istanbul from April 18 to 24 in 1935 under the umbrella of the International Alliance of Women, and it is hosted by Turkish Women's Union, which is one of the alliance members. The Congress was an example of the contribution of activist women to the peace movement in history. First of all, I want to give brief information about the International Congress of Women. Before 12th Congress in Istanbul, before 12th Congress held in Istanbul, the International Alliance organized congresses in different European countries after the first Congress in Washington, D.C. in 1902. Since that day, the first item of the agenda of the Union has been the political rights and freedom of the women. As you see, the others respectively held in Berlin, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, London, Stockholm, Budapest, Geneva, Rome, Paris, Berlin, and Istanbul. As you can see from the chart, between 1913 and 1920, Congress couldn't be held due to the First World War. It is important to state that after World War I, the organizing committee take the issue of peace to their agenda. The Congress in Istanbul was the first Congress held in an Eastern Muslim country. The Congress was held in Istanbul because in 1934, women in Turkey gained their right to vote and to be elected within the Constitution of 1934, and female deputies could take part in the parliament in 1935. While women's political rights are limited in many developed Western countries, the legal recognition of the right to vote are limited in many, and to be elected as being the women of an Eastern country was exemplary development for the world women's movement. Anyway, the delegates attending the Congress often emphasized this point. The Congress assembled the world's feminists within the participation of the delegates from the women's unions from different countries, and most of them was from European countries. It is known that around 300 women from nearly 40 countries participated in the Congress, and the sessions were held in English and French. Despite all their differences, nearly 300 women would demonstrate their will for full equality and peace for 8 days. Considering the transportation conditions at that period and participation in the Congress is not easy, in addition, that was the period in which economic depression was felt. It is quite valuable that hundreds of women being together for the conference. Madame Schreiber, the first vice president of the International Women's Alliance, was the first delegate to come to Istanbul in April 2. Schreiber declared that the main purpose of the union is to work for peace and disarmament. Among the delegates who came to Istanbul was Rosa Manus. She was the second vice president of the International Women's Union. She said that the Congress will focus on international peace, economic crisis, and disarmament. Of course, beside the women's rights. Here in the next slide, you see the picture that here you see the picture that the Congress activities were carried out in Yıldız Palace, which was specially open for the meeting. Here you can see the man who is the governor of Istanbul giving the opening speech. Also, in the next slide, sorry. You can see the president of the Turkish Women's Union. Let me show you a picture from a newspaper. The Congress started at 10 in the morning when the number of the audience was high. It was about 500 women, as you see from the picture. The hall couldn't fit in, and most of the participants listened to the Congress from the speakers on another room. Here you see two people holding the world together. It is written unity and solidarity in the image of the newspaper. The Turkish national newspaper called Cumhuriyet, dated 18th of April, gives the news with the following headlines. Women from all over the world are gathering at Yıldız Palace today. The news continues as, in today's Congress, women will discuss the problems of women of countries that still cannot have their rights, and they will argue about the world peace. As it is understood, the first item of the Congress was women's issues, and the second agenda was the peace. We can clearly see this in the headline of the news published in Turkish national newspaper. The headline is as follows: "We want unity for rights for women and peace for humanity." Here you can see the keynote speaker of the Congress. She was, excuse me. She was Corvette Ashby, the president of the International Women Alliance. In her opening speech, after stating that they will find the traditions that hinder the development in women's rights, she touched upon the issues of equal education right for men and women, equality under the law, professional and economic freedom. She emphasized that women will join their forces to achieve peace, and they will be the guarantor of the world peace. According to her, this Congress in Istanbul has an extraordinary importance in the history of feminism. Women attending the Congress from about 30 countries has the same purpose. The purpose was freedom for women and peace for humanity. And for her, every word spoken at this Congress, every gesture made should serve peace directly or indirectly. In her speech, she also declares that in 1932, more than 18 million women signed the declaration against disarmament. In fact, this was not the first Congress women talking about peace. As I've said before, after World War I, the organizing committee took the issue of peace to their agenda. In 1926, at the Congress in Paris, a standing commission was established to assist the work of the League of Nations and to advocate for peace. But it was this Congress that the greatest emphasis was placed on peace. For many researchers, the defense of peace in the world, the peaceful resolutions of conflicts, the limitations of arms and disarmament were emphasized so much for the first time in the Congress in International Alliance of Women in Istanbul. In a way, it is compatible with the terms of the period also. The situation of the world conjuncture is also suitable for this. It is a period where fascism rose and the footsteps of World War II were very close. And one of the issues that the Congress attached a great importance was the cooperation of the women of the East and West. According to the Congress decision, it was necessary for all women of the world to work together in order for women's right to advance. Thus, the advancement of women's rights in the East and West and the achievement of the rights would also contribute to world peace. And this was also compatible for the first wave feminism. I mean, they would care about the sisterhood.
Excuse me, just to say that you have about 3-4 minutes more to finish.
Okay. I will be
sorry.
I will be thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. When you look at the picture in the news, it is you can see an Indian woman starting from the right, a black woman from Jamaica, and a woman from the Egypt. And as I've said before, most of the delegates were from the European women. And we can also examine women's thought on peace from the interviews they gave to the newspaper. This is the Turkish female journalist Suat Dervish interviewed almost all foreign delegates. It was published in the newspaper with the title of Interviews with the World's Feminists. She asked two questions: if can women be soldiers, or what do women do or can do for peace? It is not possible, of course, now to include all of them here, but the remarkable ones are as follows. Here you can see the Madame Schreiber. She claims that behind the grand disaster of World War I, the interests of certain powers are hidden. She said that it was only possible for women to oppose the war industry by obtaining their political rights. She was asking, how can the poor women's organization and without official power resist these non-peaceful solutions of the countries? As if she felt the coming World War II soon, she implied that the international women's movement shouldn't fall into the trap of nationalism, even under war conditions. And according to her, women were now supposed to take sides in men's war. Also, this is UC Rosomanus, next to the Suat Dervish. She said that women had made great efforts for peace, but all these had not yielded results. But she was not pessimistic also. For her, thanks to propaganda made, peace consciousness were blooming in all countries. She stated that women should take part in decision-making mechanisms in order to be effective. The third speech I'd like to mention is about the delegates of Balkistan. She says that for her, the causes of the war had to be sought in politics and economics. Since the ancient time of history, war disaster has been experienced because the rivalry between states. As long as there are people and countries that have shed all their factories, knowledge, and science for the sake of war, that is, as long as the economic and social factors don't disappear, and as long as imperialism prevails, the conference and congresses are futile efforts. It seems that she has a realistic point of view about the near future. Also, there is, on the 7th day of the Congress, there is a meeting on peace that were held in Istanbul University. The newspapers presented the meeting a peace meeting. The meeting in the conference hall Old Istanbul University had a wide participation from the university committee, apart from the Congress members. In her speech, Esma Nayman, she pointed out that 16 years since the end of the war, people have not been comfortable even 16 days. She was asking, where are we going? Where is the world going? Where is Europe going? However, it is such a turning point that one of the rules...
Can you go to the end, please?
Yeah, okay, I'm going. It seems that despite all differences, nearly 300 women from all over the world show their will for full equality and peace for 8 days. And I'd like to show you at the end the commemorative stamps also prepared after the Congress. Each stamp was, you see different stamps, but most of them belongs to Women Nobel Prize winners. But the two of the stamps were issued in the name of the two women who were awarded Peace Prize. To conclude, we see that within this Congress, women exerted serious efforts to ensure world peace by taking an anti-war position. Women's peace thought and history of the peace movement have been ignored for a long time by the discipline of international relations. There are primary sources of what women have done for peace in history, but officially, historical narratives has ignored women. Meetings like this make it possible to bring this information to light. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have the speech of Valentina Surace on Judith Butler, militant non-violence. Valentina Surace has a method of philosophy and was a postdoctoral researcher in the field of theoretical philosophy of the University of Michigan. She's a member of the Center of Studies on Continental Thought and Philosophy, directed by Caterina Re. Thank you very much, Valentina, and you have the floor. Yes. No, we can listen. I'm sorry, we have some problem with connection today. The Minister of Justice, I was very, you could listen very well. Yes. Yeah, okay. She has a good connection because she's a minister, but the other one, we don't know. I'm sorry, yes. Unfortunately, yes.
No. No, no, I'm sorry. We still cannot hear you.
And now?
Yes, now yes. Can you try again, please, just to be sure?
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this technical problem. So, Judith Butler, at the beginning of her thinking path, deconstructs the autarkic and self-sufficient subject of classic metaphysics, showing its constitutive ecstaticity and dependence on the other. On the basis of this deconstruction, she recalls Levinasian concept of responsibility, which is responding to the other before responding for oneself, because it emerged as a consequence of being subject to the unveiled address of the other, and not as consequence of being free. In her view, there is a certain violence already in being addressed, compelled to respond to an exacting authority. However, the ethical challenge obliges to a non-reciprocal response. As Levinas teaches, the exceptional presence of the other is inscribed in the ethical impossibility of killing him in which I stand. In the footsteps of Levinasian teaching, Butler outlines an ethic of nonviolence, whose mandate is not to preserve the self, but to protect the other. Human beings, as ecstatic and interdependent, are exposed to violence, which is exercised both physically by injuring and consuming the body, and through the performative power of language and norms, which is dual. Language can cause a certain kind of surviving, as well as the loss of one place in the community, especially through hate speech denigration. The norms serve to be recognized as citizens first and foremost, but are also the main cause of disavowal, because they exclude those who don't correspond to their ideal. Giving an unambiguous definition of violence is not possible, because it is always interpreted in the sense that it appears within frameworks that are sometimes conflicting. Nevertheless, violence is always an exploitation of that primary tie, which ties us to the other. Violence is a way in which a primary human vulnerability to other humans is exposed in its most terrifying way. However, vulnerability, which is a shared condition of exposure, although it is differentially distributed in the society, can be mobilized in order to derail or diffuse violence. So, vulnerability is neither fully passive nor fully active, but operating in a middle region between dependence and non-violent resistance. Butler, believing that no position against violence can afford to be naive, challenged some major presupposition of non-violence. First of all, she refutes the characterization of non-violence as a weak and useless passivity, which comes from the gender prejudice that links masculine to activity and feminine to passivity. Non-violence, as Mahatma Gandhi suggests, is a soul force which takes an embodied form. It is a force that emerges from a putative weakness, from the powers of the weak. Here, Butler hints at the Pauline teaching, when I am weak, then I am strong, of which Benjamin and Derrida are heirs in different ways. Derrida speaks about a weak force as a principle of resistance or dissidence without power that opens up to the to come, which cannot always be fully present. Butler believes that non-violence is not a principle, if by principle we mean a strong rule that can be applied in the same way to any situation. But it is a practice of resistance, both vigilant and hopeful. Nevertheless, it is an ideal that cannot always be fully honored in the practice. Benjamin, in turn, asserts that each generation has been endowed with a weak messianic power in order to redeem history. Although Benjamin clearly equivocates about the meaning of nonviolence, Butler notes that he mentions it as a weak power, both in relation to the resolution of conflict, which takes place when men use pure means of argument, and in relation to the proletarian general strike, which is anarchistic but non-violent, because it set itself the sole task of destroying state power. In light of Benjamin's reflection, Butler observes that nonviolence is not a moral position adopted by individuals, but a social and political practice undertaken in concert. Nonviolent practice include the biblical prohibition against killing, you shall not kill, but it is not reducible to that prohibition, because it is always the refusal of coercion. Benjamin's nonviolent form of destructiveness is the critique of the legal order, which unmasks the conceptual schemes that justify its violence. Butler does not fully follow Benjamin to his anarchist conclusion, because she thinks that we need norms in order to live and to know in what direction to transform our social world. However, she asserts that we must criticize law, even engage in provisional anarchism when law becomes unjust. Butler affirms that the critique takes place whenever and wherever a free exercise of reason takes place, recalling Kant's teaching and Arendt's distinction between practical reason and obedience. Arendt, analyzing the situation of German society during the Nazi regime, notes that the participation of the majority was caused by a universal breakdown, not of personal responsibility, but of personal judgment. The non-participant called irresponsible by the majority, were the only ones who dared judge by themselves. As Butler highlights, one's responsibility cannot be understood as an uncritical allegiance to law, since law itself may turn out to be criminal, in which case we have a responsibility to oppose bad law, even a responsibility that would, under those conditions, be defined as disobedience. For Butler, nonviolence is a sole force, but it does not necessarily emerge from a pacific or a calm pair of the soul. Very often, it is an expression of rage, indignation, and aggression. Non-violence cannot simply repress aggression.
Could you complete, please, your presentation in 2 or 3 minutes?
2 minutes, yes. I have 12 minutes, yes. But it must reroute aggression. Butler wonders how to cultivate aggression for non-violent purpose. To answer this question, she rereads the correspondence between Freud and Einstein, who are both concerned with what checks destructiveness. Following Einstein's militant pacifism, which is an aggressive stance against war, Butler introduced the notion of aggressive nonviolence. According to Butler, aggression must be separate from violence because there are ways of shaping aggression that operate at the service of democracy, including strikes, civil disobedience, boycotts, and even revolution. As peace is a certain resistance to the terrible satisfaction of war, so nonviolence takes hold in the first field of violence, which emerges when destruction becomes the ardent aim of desire. It's precisely because we are capable of waging war that peace becomes a necessity, and it is precisely because one is mired in violence that the struggle exists and that the possibility of nonviolence emerges. Butler learns how redirecting the destructive drives from Freud's analysis of melancholia, which is the reaction of the loss of a loved object. One trend of melancholia is mania, which is the protest of the living organism against the prospect of its destruction. Mania expressed the desire to survive loss, and as such, it countered the tyrannical power of the lost object. Adhering to tyrannical power leads one to identify with it, while countering it leads one to disidentify from it. Identification are generally regarded as important for social bond. However, for Butler, disidentification can create social solidarity of failure. That is, solidarity between those who fail to live up to the reality as it is. In conclusion, mania does offer a cipher for understanding those unrealistic forms of insurrectionary solidarity that turn against authoritarian and tyrannical rule. Similarly, non-violence introduces a vigorous unrealism into the mode of solidarity that seek to dismantle violent regimes by insisting on a counter-reality. As Butler learns from Levinas, vulnerability is the condition for all solidarity, for all plural agency, and as such, it can open to another form of reality in which the other is protected against violence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Surace, for your interesting contribution. And so we have time until 5 o'clock, I think, until our coffee break, for some question. About 2 or 3 questions for our speakers. It's easier for our speakers. And so I'll give the floor if you can you Valentina, can you help me to okay, there is just okay. Thank you. Professor Lenzerini, our Deputy Rector for and representative of Runi Pace of your university.
Does it work? No.
If you want to come here, it's better to come here.
Thank you for your presentations. As you can imagine, my question is for you, Alexandra. And we have many interests in common in our research and in our academic life. And you have mentioned the issue of soft universalism. And as you can imagine, I am very much interested in this issue. I have published a book on this topic, but I'm still trying to learn and to understand many things on this special subject. And when you said that the way human rights should be contextualized to minority and indigenous women should be decided by the women themselves, I totally agree with you. But I have one doubt that honestly, I'm not sure how should be solved. What happens, in your opinion, when the traditions of, for instance, of an indigenous community conflict with human rights standards as they're conceived universally, or maybe we could say according to the Western perception? So, for instance, I refer to a situation where there is some sort of discrimination against women within a community, but this discrimination is accepted by women. I remember one case that I experienced personally in northern India in front of some indigenous communities, where I was wondering why women were not allowed to have to be the owner of the land, the owners of the land. This particular prerogative was reserved to men. And their explanation was that men and women, they simply have different roles within the society. And this was perfectly acceptable to the women and was something in line with the long-lasting traditions of the community. So how, in your opinion, would be possible to settle this tension? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I give the floor. There are more questions. Okay, this question is for Professor Kantaki, and there are other questions or yes, please. Yes, please.
So good afternoon. Thank you very much for the very interesting speeches. I have a couple of comments and a question. One, Professor Guerra, there was a very interesting presentation. I'm an international lawyer, but I worked a lot on the historical part, and that is very interesting. This is more a comment for you. What you consider how actually the Hague Congress of Women of 1915 was also silenced especially in legal books. So actually the Hague Conference was very important in paving the way through the peaceful resolution of dispute and disarmament. But actually the way we as international lawyers know about it is through history. So I just wanted to ask you, well, it's more a comment, but I just wanted to ask you, Do you think that this Congress was also silenced or was not relevant for a certain period of time in general in research or in different fields and especially in law? And the other comment is for, sorry, Alexander, sorry to call you like that, but the surname is a bit complicated. So I found very interesting the perspective on intersectionality that you suggested, and actually I've just downloaded the article that you mentioned. It was very interesting indeed. I just wanted to ask you about Resolution 2467 of the UN Security Council. And my understanding of the Women, Peace and Security agenda is that, yeah, it has been wonderful, very important, but also it comes from a body that is a patriarchal body, that is the UN Security Council. And that is proven by the fact that, yes, we have several improvements, but the language of the resolution, for example, has silenced the right, the access to health and reproductive health services for women, in particular the right to abortion, that was clearly not mentioned for victims of rape and sexual violence during conflict. Thank you so much.
Other question? Another one, Costanza Nardocci. Okay. And then to answer because because we have just time for another one. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. I will be very, very brief. I would like just to ask Alexandra Xentaki in particular, what do you think about the feasibility of a new reading of the crime of genocide in the gender perspective? Meaning, I'm thinking about the Rohingya case, for example, and also with respect to the Rwanda case, whether, in your opinion, there might be space in international human rights law for, envisioning a new concept of genocide as a crime that we can, interpret also in a gender-sensitive perspective. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, Professor Grossi, another one. Okay.
But I would like to take advantage of
other two questions.
Of the historical perspective. I have a question for Elda Guerra, because she presented the whole history of these women movements, peace movements until the 90s. But I would like to ask her what is going on now worldwide, because you said that this organization still exists, but what are they doing? I know it is a very ingenious and a very simple question, but I really need to.
Thank you, Professor Grossi. Another one, Professor. Okay.
Hi, it's Lahjad. My question is to Dr. Xentaki concerning the resolutions mentioned, and also the possibility to see their limitations when it comes, for example, to the struggle of Palestinian women, whether inside Israel as a minority and inside the occupied territories in Jerusalem, Gaza, and the West Bank. Thank you.
Okay. Professor Guerra, you have the floor.
Some words about the silence. The silence is not only in international law, but in the two. But we have begun to study. We as women. I am an historian of women's political movement. And this topic about women and peace, we have begun to study around the 80s. So there is a very, very little tradition of study. There is a seminal book of Lila Rapp, World Women, about these international associations of women, and but is only in English and in Italian. For Italy, only my book about the dilemma della pace. This one. What are doing this association now? The association of the first part of 90s. There is now WILF, Women League for Peace and the Freedom. There is have a site, and if you can to see the position about the Russia and Ukraine conflict. Generally, the Women Black, Mates de Plaza de Mayo, there is many association now we are living and now are occupying about this theme. It is very difficult because the results are so quelli che vediamo are so we are seen, but the tentativo, but the temptation to develop exchange between women from different countries. It is a way to establish a new dialogue. It is, I think, the only way.
I agree with Professor Guerra on the silence. We have to discover the history of women in many fields, because we are starting as a constitutionalist to discover the history of our, for example, mother of the Constitution, and not the father, just the Constitution until now, until the last years in our world, in Italy, seemed to be written and to be done just by men. And then in the last year, we are studying and we are reflecting on the role of the mother of the Constitution, of women in the Constitutional Assembly. And so also on the role of this organization, I think that it's important the dialogue between women from many nationalities and many countries. I agree. And so I give the floor, Professor Cantacchi. You have 3 or 4 questions for you, so you have the floor.
Thank you. I thought that writing the paper was the difficult part. It's answering the questions that is the difficult part. Okay, so Federico, of course, this is always a problem, and you know, I've read your book on universalism. So for me, at the moment, I have almost a quiet. Is it being recorded? So at the moment, I have becoming the UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights meant that I had to reflect very much on these issues. Universalism is something that where it's the UN is putting a lot of emphasis on, and a lot of communications and documents that come out of the special procedures include universalism and universality. But also my predecessor came from, Karima Benoun, came from women's rights. So she was very eager to emphasize the importance and the benefits of universalism. Coming from indigenous rights and minority rights, I felt that universalism at times is being used, it's a bit like democracy, which in essence is an excellent concept, but sometimes it is used to oppress. So universalism is an excellent concept, and indeed human rights are universal, but sometimes it is the concept of universalism is used to oppress rather than to free and develop individuals and communities. So I think that, and the reason why I talk about soft universalism is because I say, yes, universalism should exist in the same, in the way that we should all accept and celebrate that human rights treaties apply to everyone and human rights are recognized for everyone. However, the scope of human rights is not predetermined. It is something that we are discussing every day and we are pushing forward every day. And in this contouring of the scope of the human rights and the beneficiaries of human rights and the application of human rights, local cultural practices and local cultural cosmoviews are important. So maybe where I come from and the way I grew up in Athens, and I had not seen a woman back in the 70s, I had not seen a woman wearing a veil until I went to the UK when I was 26. So in my mind, the woman who was wearing a veil was oppressed. But I teach at Brunel University that has a lot of Muslim women. And my students who are Muslim students tell me that there's no way that they wear the veil because they're oppressed. And they don't want the state to oppress them by making them not wearing the veil. So by soft universalism, what I mean is that there are a lot of gray areas that we don't understand. You know, in Greece, when I was 20, I thought that that was very clear, veil oppression. So we should open ourselves to maybe other interpretations. And you know, we should allow other interpretations, first of all. Secondly, just because I don't like something, you know, I don't like women wearing black, I don't like women wearing white. You know, this doesn't necessarily mean that this is a human rights issue. You know, so we can live together in diversity and in difference. And I think this is where the soft universalism comes from. However, as Federico has written in his book, there are ways, international law has ways to balance these rights, to balance universalism and the right to culture. And this balancing is legality, legitimacy, proportionality, but it also has to do with maintaining the core of each right. So the burqa, if a woman is not seen at all, if the woman is completely gone, is it still the right of the woman to say that this is how they feel more comfortable and it's not discriminatory, that's what they want to do? Or is it maybe the international community that should say that that we have to protect the core of every right, and this may be the core of women's rights? So this is the one question. The second question is, okay, so we agree it's a violation. What do? Do we impose them fines to the 2,000 women in France and basically tell them, push them not to complete their education? So it's one thing to recognize a violation, and a second thing to think what we should do in order for this violation to stop. And maybe sometimes we have to agree that only dialogue and only gradual interaction and continued interaction is going to teach us maybe that maybe the right is not, the core of the right is not finished, is not annulled, or maybe indeed something has to happen. My very active, amazing barrister former students who wear the full veil and cover their eyes sometimes tell me that they are not oppressed. I feel that I would treat them as a child if I told them that no, you are oppressed, but you don't know about it. But I still wonder whether wearing the full burqa is a step too far. So these are ongoing discussions. But certainly when it comes to more obvious ways balancing is when it comes to torture, slavery, and all the non-derogable rights. So absolute rights. So when we talk about prohibition of slavery, prohibition of genocide, prohibition of torture, then this is where we all agree that cultural right does not prevail. But I don't agree with, for example, what Western states say, and Eastern states and South states, that they say, oh, in this conflict of rights, prima facie, individual rights prevail. I don't think that life is that easy. I think that we have to think at each individual case. So this is the first one. The second one, the other ones are going to be quicker. Resolution 2467. Absolutely, it is. You're right that still we're not talking about resolutions that are feminist resolutions, and these resolutions still have problems. But several times people talk about the UN, and the UN is not feminist enough. The UN is the sum of states. And if the UN is not progressive one, it's because the states are not progressive one. And it's because we belong to the states and do not push the states to become more progressive. So yes, indeed, the UN Security Council resolutions are not they're trying to, they say that women should be included and women should participate, but the way they see how women should participate is not very helpful always. I found last year the UN Women published, I think it was last year, published, or in 2019, published a report, a study on participation of women in, I'm not sure whether, I think it's in transitional justice, and I found that a really very interesting and very helpful progressive report. If you want, I can send you the link. And finally, genocide. Oh God. Right. So no, not finally. We have the Palestinian women. Okay. On the one hand, I think that treaties and concepts should be inclusive, and that's why genocide should address also violations that collective and mass violations that women suffer, including sexual violence. On the other hand, I am a bit worried that, again, we use the women's rights for wider, so the women's issues to talk about the group. So again, if the woman is, the woman's rape becomes a collective issue. It is not an individual issue that the woman has been raped. It is a collective issue of the group. Look what the group has suffered. And I am a little bit uncomfortable with this. So, but this is as far as I've gone. I can't give you a precise answer, sorry. And finally, about Palestinian women, again, you're right, but the problem is that sometimes international realities help the evolution of human rights. Sometimes international realities act as an obstacle to the realization of human rights. Unfortunately, when it comes to Palestinian people and Palestinian women, reality still gets in the way of the law, as we can see by several UN resolutions that have not been discussed. Very interestingly, a very interesting anecdote is that when I was for the interactive dialogue last month in the UN, Israel, a Palestinian woman was talking about apartheid, and Israel made a point of order and said that there should be no offensive language in this room. And South Africa delegate took the floor, you can see it in CCTV, South African delegate took the floor and said that we are surprised that Israel feels that apartheid is an offensive language. It is a policy that has been used since the 60s. Maybe Israel would like to look at it again and what it means. Thank you.
Much. now I think that we need a good coffee outside, and we start again at 5:30. So just 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God, this comes with a paper? Like the
Prova, prova. Entra anche.
welcome. Okay. Okay, welcome everybody, and the person who participate online. Could you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everybody. I'm Sevgi Doğan from Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa. After our first session, which gave us a historical, philosophical, and general perspective of women movement, I will chair this second session on the role of women and their civil society organization in peace processes. We have four important scholars with us. Two are here in presence and two are unfortunately online because of the COVID situation and because of other tasks and university and administrative obligation. We are really very happy to have them here in our conference. What we are doing in this session is to discuss the role of women and their organization in armed conflicts from three different countries: Turkey, Palestine, and Kosovo. Each speaker has 20 minutes for presenting their paper. I will follow the conference program's order, and therefore our first speaker is Ayşe Betül Çelik. Ayşe Betül Çelik from Sabancı University from Istanbul participate our conference. Her presentation's title is Women Peace Builders, Understanding of the Gender Aspect of Conflict and Peace Processes. She is an expert on ethnic conflict, reconciliation, dialogue, forced immigration, peace processes, and gender and peace building. She has several articles and co-authored book on Turkey's Kurdish question, forced Kurdish migration, and the role of NGOs in the conflict. She also teaches gender awareness to high school teachers in several cities in Turkey. She is one of the founders of Turkey Athena of the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network. Professor Çelik received Ufficiale dell'Ordine della Stella d'Italia, Official of Order of the Star of Italy, which is a recognition of the highest degree conferred by the President of the Italian Republic in 2021 for her work in conflict resolution and gender. Some of her writings, just some examples, inclusive citizenship and social reconciliation within Turkey's Kurdish issue, which is published in Southeast European and Black Sea Studies in 2021, and other agnostic peace and confronting the past and analysis of a failed peace process and the role of narratives published in 2021. She will present one of her research done with the women and women organization in Turkey about their understanding of peace and conflict and how they see their work as contributing to peace. Floor is yours, Betül Hocam.
Thank you, Sevgi Hocam. Would you tell me 5 minutes when it's about to finish? 5 minutes before?
Okay.
I'm also timing myself. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very happy that I'm part of this magnificent conference. My research is very preliminary. I couldn't say it. And it's the first draft, so I highly appreciate your feedback. So what I do in this paper is I looked at how women peace builders perceive the different types of peace building activism they do and how they define gendered aspects of conflict and peace. And while many studies assume a homogeneous women peace builder profile, this study challenges this assumption by studying two types of women peace builders who have been working actively for peace in Turkey. So since October 2000, when the UN Security Council 1325 was adopted, only marginal progress has been made in increasing the number of women in formal peace processes, improving the design and conduct of peace talks to give greater voice to women and reference to gender issues. Moreover, while many studies show that women's presence in peace processes make the outcome of peace processes more successful and durable, and that women's leadership and participation at peace tables ensure the inclusion of community needs, improved humanitarian assistance, contributed to the conclusion of peace talks, and enhanced economic recovery after conflict, there is still a necessity to study whether different women voices are reflected to these processes, since women do not make up a homogeneous group in their peace demands and perceptions about how peace can be achieved. Women engage in different peacemaking and peace-building roles. This is the scheme I adopted, a la Lederach 1997-1998. Usually when people talk about peace, they refer to peacemaking at top level. In Turkey too, that was the case. You know, we can't have peace if the leaders are not talking. But there are other layers, especially my research is focused on level 2, middle range leadership, where you have people from academia, civil society, media, and other respected areas in the community. These people have access to decision makers. They are not part of the decision-making process themselves, but they also are connected to grassroots level. So I looked at how the different groups of peace builders in the second category, track 2, perceive peace and conflict in the Turkish context. Recent studies emphasize the need for inclusivity in peace processes, that is, the need to bring all sides of the conflict to peace table. And this requires that women from all sides join and be represented at different levels and with varying roles, such as parts of direct participants to talks, consultants, observers, commission members, participants in problem-solving workshops, public decision-making, or mass actions. Despite these studies showing local women's role as vital for creating a lasting peace agreement, women representing local needs and demands at the peace table are even less visible. In fact, peace agreements are 64% less likely to fail when civil society representatives participate. Successful peace processes also show that it is mostly the civil society actors that play a crucial role, not only in pressuring the states to implement 1325, but also substantiating the gender equality principles in decision making. A study on the peace processes between 1990 and 2020, released by Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security, showed that when women are parties to the negotiations and civil society organizations are official third parties to the agreement, gender provisions are more likely. Despite these studies, however, the study of track 2 women and their potential for peace building is undermined. Their presence can bring new understanding, especially in intergroup relations, and that's the focus of my paper. And they move parties for seeing the other as enemy to one where they cooperate for a peaceful society. Especially women who are trained with civic norms can develop empathy towards each other while also understanding the broader context of violence to create positive peace in the societies, because membership to civil society can teach them collective struggle for similar concerns and empathy in the case of dissimilar concerns. During peace processes, civil society membership also gives women representatives the moral support they need. So let me briefly talk a little bit about the context within which this study took place. So my focus is on Turkey's Kurdish issue and the peace process. In Turkey, we had two time periods in the peace process. One was started in 2009, ended in 2011, and the other one started in 2013, and it ended in 2015. And the second one is some people refer to as the real peace process, because it's the time when more societal peace attempts were made. But as you see, even in the name of the conflict itself, created conflict. The peace process is how to name it. Created conflict because while the government call it the resolution process, the Kurdish side refer to as the dialogue process. So to gain public support in the second period, wise people committees were formed, and 12 out of 36 were women. These committees were formed to actually hold public conversations about the Kurdish issue and listen to the people's demands, beliefs, and worries. So they went to the 7 regions in Turkey and asked people what they think about the peace process, what their concerns and fears about the peace process were. And the members were from academia, journalism, from media, from civil society, and those were considered to be the respected people in the society. So the detailed analysis of reports show that the meetings of the Wise People Committee did not attract many female participants, and when women joined the meetings, they were not as vocal as men. And despite this shortcoming, however, several regional reports emphasize the need for equality. It should be noted, however, that only the reports of the 2 Kurdish-dominated regions, there are 2 Kurdish-dominated regions, that refer to the gender dimension of the conflict, recognize the spread of violence to all aspects of life, but at the same time, refer to women mostly as victims, undermining their roles as potential peace builders, as Kurdish movements have a strong emphasis on gender inclusivity. While not mentioning the specific gendered aspect of the conflict, on the other hand, the report of the Black Sea region, known to be very Turkish nationalist, emphasized the need for specific efforts to include women to the peace process. Many discussions on the gendered aspects of conflict and peace during Turkey's peace process centered around women's maternal identity. In fact, the government used a slogan that became very popular, women shall not cry. I also asked what women think about this slogan too. And the reports also show that despite emphasis to women's specific sufferings and need to include them to peace processes, they do not have a detailed analysis of their problems, perspectives, and measures to increase their presence as active agents of peace. So what I did in the study, I held in-depth, semi-structured interviews with track 2 women peace builders. I interviewed half of the female members of the Wise Committee. For the sake of time, I'm going to refer to them as wise women, even though the word itself might irritate some people. We're not wise enough. So 8 women activists working on the gender and conflict resolution in Turkey, and I call them civil society women. And these women were the members of the Turkey antenna of the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, which I'm also a part of. And the network is led by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And these women come from different areas like wise women from academia, from civil society, media, and so on. And I also looked at the reports of the Wise People Committees. So in a nutshell, I looked at the similarities and differences between these women. And the analysis of the in-depth interview showed that both the two groups defined the Kurdish conflict, as stemming from non-recognition of the Kurdish rights in specific and Turkey's problems of democracy in general. Again, both group of women also acknowledged that the conflict had many gendered issues, citing mostly the gendered losses and gendered discrimination during the conflict. Women in both groups also recognized the fact that women need to be actively engaged in processes. And most of the women, again, in both groups, regardless of their ideological positions, praised the feminist politics of the Kurdish movement. This was very interesting because of, given the polarization in Turkey, still wise women who are close to the government also praised Kurdish women as a liberating factor for women's political and social participation in their description of how conflict was gendered. But they diverged on the ways that they define peace and how gender needs to be incorporated in the peace processes. And I tried to categorize these themes that emerge as different. I'll try to give them names. The first theme, I called it as peace as a political issue versus peace as an everyday practice. And actually, this is where I would like to delve into a bit more as this paper improves. And the first theme, and the second theme are connected, as you will see. Because the Wise People committees were formed mostly for a political reason, that is to listen to the needs and demands of the public, as well as to increase public support to the peace process, their meetings aimed discussing how people define the Kurdish issue and what barriers prevent the support for peace. And such was the main reason why peace was discussed as a political issue in these meetings, where people talked about what happens when the peace process succeeds or fails, as seen in this quote from the interview with the Wise women. So I don't have time to read it, but they basically said that, well, we had a political concern, and this is why gendered issues didn't come that much. While almost all women refer to women's maternal roles as facilitating the peace process, resembling similarities with the government slogan, but also mentioning that not only mothers, but all people who got affected from the conflict, civil society women also emphasize women's empathy, willingness to understand the other side, and ability to see many aspects of the conflict along with their maternal roles. Civil society women emphasize the need to see interlinkages between different forms of violence and gender-based violence, which has long been emphasized by feminist scholars. And because all civil society women believe that peace has to be made from bottom up, they argued for the need to see the continuum of violence present in women's lives, and consequently emphasized that when talking about peace, one needs to stop violence in a women's everyday life. And like the recent studies emphasizing local turn in peace building and everyday peace, these quotes that I show you from the civil society women argued that there should be more emphasis on building peace in women's everyday as part of a peace process. And the literature, along with feminist approaches to war and peace, indicate the importance of women's everyday life as places of oppression and silence. And these studies also developed a critical approach to top-down peacemaking practices that are blind to gender hierarchies and gender issues of conflict, and defining everyday peace building as the practices women engage to sustain peace and minimize violence. Blomsquist and her colleagues argued that care and silence are the two key elements of women's everyday peace building strategies. So silence can be a strategy too. And while women's care attitude enable trust and minimize violence, their silence is active, especially an active and strategic response to insecure environments. And wise people thought that talking about the gendered aspect of the conflict in such insecure environments risk women's life, while the civil society women argue that talking about gendered aspect of the conflict is a necessity to build trust among women who experience gender hierarchies and violence in their everyday life. And related to this, when you define peace as a political issue, it becomes a pragmatic process versus those civil society women who solve peace more from a holistic approach. Another major divergence between the two groups can be observed on the way they evaluated the famous slogan, "Women shall not cry anymore." So this is similar or connected to the argument I was making about peace as a political issue versus peace as an everyday issue. And the last theme that emerged, and I call them as women as peace negotiators versus peace farmers. And if you read the quote, you'll understand why this person was saying it. In the Wise People Committee meetings, many participants discussed their support or opposition to the peace process. So it's consequently understandable that when women talked about the importance of women's presence in the peace processes, they talk about it in the form of formal representation. And they argued that participants of the meetings mostly perceived them not in their gender roles, but in their political roles. In fact, in the interviews, most women also refrained from referring to their gender identity. So because when you refer to the gender identities, it is then seen as if they are not there because they are capable, they're experts, so on, but because they're women. So they refrain from saying that. They mention that they're there because they're experts. And in fact, in the interviews, most women also refrain from referring to their gender identity, but the fact that they are volunteers of peace, quote unquote. And recognizing that women representation in the Wise People committees was low, they emphasized that more women should be a part of the committees. Whereas the civil society women mentioned how we should focus building peace from bottom up. And this person says, I'm against this concept because it reminds me more of a male job. But women do more like sowing the seeds of peace, that they are more like farmers than builders. I'm running out of time. So as conclusion, although many people claim to be wanting peace to be established in Turkey, what they understand from peace and how they believe it can be reached to differs to a large extent, depending on how one talks to. So when you ask them, everybody says we want peace, but when you ask them what kind of peace and how peace should be achieved, they differ. And contrary to the dominant view among the civil society women that wise women, did not pay enough attention to the gendered aspect of the conflict, both the results of the interviews and the reports of the Wise People committees underline the importance of studying women's problems and ask that more effort to be paid to include women's voices to peace processes. So while they converge is more representation at the upper level rather than track 2 or track 3. And because the civil society women have a long history and experience in working with women at the grassroots, they developed a broader, intersectional, and multi-dimensional understanding of peace and emphasized the need for establishing everyday peace for women. Thank you.
Teşekkürler Betül Hocam. Thank you for your presentation. Since many decades in Turkey, there is ethnic conflict between Turkish and Kurdish, and now we will see from the presentation how it is important to consider women as subject, as agents to establish the peace. Now, without losing time, we can continue with other country in which violent conflict has been going on for decades. We have Islah Jet from Birzeit University, and her presentation title is Palestinian Women's Movement Between National Liberation and State Building. She is the professor of gender development and cultural studies at Birzeit University. She has written books and papers on the role of women in politics, the Islamist women's movement, and NGOs and feminism in the global South. She is the author of Palestinian Women's Activism, Nationalism, Secularism, Islamism, which was published in 2018. And she is the co-author of the United Nations Arab Development Report on Women's Empowerment. In her book, Palestinian Women's Activism, Nationalism, Secularism, Islamism, she analyzes the situation of Arab women in general and Palestinian women in particular through some concepts such as tradition versus modernity, religion versus secularism, and foreign versus original. The important point that we can find in the book is that she underlines the link between confronting colonialism and challenging patriarchy. So she will present the challenges that the Palestinian women's movements encounter and the main achievements that they have done from their foundation to today. She will concentrate on the contradiction between the peace building and the state building processes and how it weakens the feminist movement in Palestine. Thank you again for being with us, and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Technology. Thank you so much. I would like first to thank Rita Groppi and Valentina for the wonderful gathering today. The papers talk to themselves because I have some reflections on Professor Groppi's presentation this morning and also our dear colleague from the UN rapporteur. Well, my paper, in fact, talks about the intersectionality between actors on the ground, universal discourse, and the processes of what I term the NGOization of the peace-building business or the peace-building initiatives. In general, from its inception onwards, women's activists were heavily involved in the Palestinian national movement. They sought to mobilize public opinion, whether in the Arab world or in the world at large, in supporting their national rights to independence and self-determination. That role was recuperated later on by the General Union of Palestinian women mainly outside of the occupied territories. In the course of the first Palestinian uprising and the move to the center of the struggle to the occupied territories from the diaspora, that role was largely taken over by the Palestinian women's movements in the occupied territories, who were better equipped to express their suffering and their daily realities under the policies practiced by the Israeli occupation forces. From the 90s onwards, however, the effects of what I termed the NGOization that was inflicted on the Palestinian women's movement, triggered by a massive wave of universal discourse accompanied by universal initiatives to bring Israeli and Palestinian women together, and by the state building process that now we are done with the occupation and this is the period to build the state, and we are finished with the occupation. That's why most of the initiatives of the so-called peace building failed and didn't reach their objectives at the end. So NGOization started to be felt within the formulation of the national agenda. This position is credible since some of the main donors for Palestinian NGOs insisted upon correct political conditions in an attempt to separate these organizations from politics. But again, it would be an oversimplification to perceive NGOs as passive recipients and donors simply following or executing their government policies. It was argued that local NGOs as well as international actors have a space to negotiate their mutual relationship. Cameron, for example, stated that NGOs do not respond to a need, but negotiate relationships by convincing the other parties of the meaning of organization, events, and processes. They act as brokers of meanings. I would argue that beside their ability to convince international donors of the vitality of their work, peace activists, between quotations, are equally involved in this process, driven by their own interests. The involvement in peace process activities by many NGOs, including prominent Palestinian NGOs, aside from getting funding, support the claim to acquire more power and legitimacy. Peace process activism might constitute a power base for NGOs' elite to reach decision-making positions, whether in the PA, the Palestinian Authority, or in the leadership of the Palestinian women's movement and other social movements. Many political positions concerning vital issues related to refugees, Jerusalem, forms of resistance, the formation of the future state are taken at the conference in the international arena without consulting anyone back home. One might argue that there is no single interlocutor to consult with. This may be true, and indeed many male actors in the international arena do not consult back home. The difference for Palestinian NGOs activists is that they are not backed by any legitimate political actors in the Palestinian Authority or civil society. Since they have no constituency or political party or organizations to belong to, claiming feminist credentials and professionalism are the main criteria to qualify as participants in these forums. In this context, professionally written reports and easy and efficacious channels of communications are important. However, some of these NGOs elites lack political training as activist leaders, which in many cases weighs heavily on their legitimacy back home. Given the power of the international NGOs, I would argue that this power might trickle down and give more leverage to local professionals in doing the professional job, i.e., the implementation of the project plan, reporting, and evaluation on the ground. The better the quality of the professional work, the better and stronger the relations with the donor. The more local professionals can meet expectations, the better their chance of being part of the virtual community, which creates a common career path set out by those humanitarian-oriented organizations which shape their common culture and belief system. This system includes a belief in the centrality of development to human progress, in the responsibility of governments to promote it, in the imperative for international development assistance to support it, in the definition of development in human rather than strictly economic or political terms. Thus, the link with international donors is not a one-way route, but donors and local actors interlink in a web of relations much more complicated than one party imposing its will on the other. This is not to say that both parties have equal power, but just to problematize the links between them, to include the personal interests of both donors and recipients, which give them the power to decide what to take and what to leave. The link between NGOs, actors, and donors could be elaborated later on. The eruption of the Second Palestinian Intifada in 2000 witnessed a rapprochement between many organizations and gave the birth to some NGOs specifically to deal with the peace process as a joint venture with Israeli activists. This joint venture illustrates the NGOization of the national agenda, as I mentioned, and international peace activists contacted leaders of the European Union to convene a women's conference in 1989, gathering more than 150 women leaders from around the Mediterranean, including all the Maghreb countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey, as well as Europe and the United States. The meeting Give Peace a Chance, Women Speak Out, was held at the European Union headquarters with a large media presence. The purpose of the conference was to break the Israeli law that forbade Israeli women from meeting with women of the PLO. The conference was successful in advocating a peaceful solution to the conflict and a recognition of the other. This conference was the beginning of many similar events in which international actors handpicked Palestinian women's representatives to promote peace and mutual understanding. Having easy access to international contacts and the mastery of foreign languages were important criteria to the choice of these representatives. In a recent report by another center, Alternative Information Center, a radical left-wing Israeli-Palestinian organization, it mentioned or it referred to the abuse of the peace jargon used in these international conferences was referred to by saying that, I quote, one of the negative outcomes of the Oslo peace process, which is often overlooked as the total corruption of otherwise positive and constructive phrases such as dialogue, trust, people-to-people initiatives, and confidence building, the abuse, according to the report, comes from the neglect of mobilizing people on the ground to find strategies to end the occupation. Such efforts used to be made by grassroots organizations and political parties that are seldom invited to such conferences or events by the donors who fund and support these activities, now seen as projects. In an effort to organize an alternative gathering in Bilbao, Spain, the organizers of the Alternative Center had to stress participants that they were not heading to Bilbao in order to negotiate with Israelis, but instead to discuss with them and the international participant would what could be done jointly in a material and practical manner in order to fully terminate Israel's occupation and in building true and action-oriented cooperation between Palestinians and Israeli activists. With this assertion, one might expect that political parties and grassroots organizations who still have, to some extent, the capacity to mobilize or organize people on the ground would be the ones invited to discuss an alternative vision, but this was not the case. As I said, many NGOs were the ones to participate as representatives of the Palestinian civil society and Palestinian women's movement. Thus, they are progressively becoming gatekeepers. No wonder that the organizers in their evaluation report stated that some of the most important shortcomings of the first seminar organized were, I quote, the lack of active participation of women and the somewhat limited political scope of Palestinian participants in this conference. In this respect, it is legitimate to ask why, from the Palestinian side, women's grassroots organization and other NGO could not come together and put forward a common agenda for such activities in the national and international arenas in what follows an account of an initiative set up to achieve the goal of developing a unified agenda is presented. The initiative to establish an initiative called NASA, Women's for Peace and Justice in Palestine, was triggered as an answer to the European initiative to invite some Palestinian and Israeli women to participate in a tour of different European capitals to lobby European governments in favor of a peaceful solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The participants, coming from different backgrounds that included the leaders of grassroots women's organizations and some women's NGOs such as I will not mention the names, wanted to find suitable ways to ending Israeli occupation of Palestinian land in all its manifestation, including land confiscation, the building of settlements, the Judaization of Jerusalem, and the expulsion of the Palestinian people. The vision reflected a concern with combining national struggle with a feminist framework, by encouraging other Palestinian national democratic forces in building a Palestinian state and community based on the principles of inclusive democracy and good governance, particularly in relation to civil and political liberties and social justice, while combating all forms of discrimination and oppression. It was specifically stated that participants were committed to the use of peaceful means while endorsing the right of the Palestinian people to resist occupation through all legitimate means. The statement was a reflection of the importance of participating in building a feminist Palestinian peace movement that believes in resisting the occupation through peaceful means and in spreading the values of peaceful coexistence among peoples, premised on the acceptance of the other on the basis of justice and equality. In a way, participants were seeking to revive the old unifying role of women's grassroots organizations in the first uprising, now fragmented and almost absent, by encouraging Arab international and Israeli feminist cooperation to attain freedom, equality, and justice for the Palestinian people. As an activist participant in the founding of this coalition and the formulation and discussion of its founding documents, I would suggest that the coalition was unable to take off. Many reasons could be put forward to explain why, ranging from the weakening of all forms of political parties by the mechanism of the state building, and with the exceptions of Islamists, to the different personal agenda and interests of participants. In order to conclude, in the above analysis, I tried to explore the interrelationship and the terms of engagement between two different types of women's organizations, a mass-based women's movement and a newly, at that time, emerging NGO sector. I show that professionalism might not be a suitable mechanism to disseminate ideas about gender equity to the grassroots or to the state, but that it maintained a focus on the interests of and provided a power base for a few women. I also argued that professionalization as part of an NGOization process might not lead to more participation for the target groups or the grassroots. The project logic was dominant in the NGO functioning, and the difficulties encountered in the field were understood to stem from maybe placing too much emphasis on coordination. Differences and the need for more deliberation were seen as difficulties, hindering the implementation of the set plan. To overcome such difficulties, Project Logic therefore urges restricting committees so that they would handle the deliberation in a more productive way. The Project Logic pushes towards upwards vertical participation and not downward horizontal participation. This concentration of power in the hands of NGOs elite might impede the spread of a social movement in continuous need of networking, deliberation, and mobilization based on daily contact and personal connections. This process of dissemination is time-consuming and hard to frame in timetables, especially in constantly changing conjuncture of Palestine. Concentration of power in the hands of administrators might not be helpful in drawing out lessons learned from activism. NGOs could be as complicit as donors in hindering mistakes and pitfalls. I showed that if donors are driven by the logic of the efficiency of their funds, NGOs, leaders, and staff might be driven to prove their high level of professionalism and efficiency. As I argued, above, I didn't read it, of course, discourse is not mere words, but rather collective action frames for social movements and its power structure. The new discourse used by the new NGOs elite might be interpreted to discredit old forms of organizations and a means of co-opting popular organizations. The NGO discourse was used to forge a space in the public arena at the expense of old mass-based organization. It recast the old basis for legitimacy founded on resistance and sacrifice as a basis for women's subordination and isolation. The point here is to question if this purportedly counter-hegemonic discourse is deployed to increase or decrease women's social activism and their political power. I believe any counter-hegemonic discourse must take into account the totality of the historical situation, which includes both the structural and superstructural elements, whether this is the continuation of the occupation and impotent authority, weakened political parties, weakened women's organization, or the growing power of Islamic movement. I do not believe that NGOizing the agenda for peacemaking or peace activism would lead to any beneficial results to liberate women or liberate their occupied countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Islahjet. Shukran. Your presentation reminds me how internationalization also important in terms of gender and feminist perspective to building the peace, not only local or national level, but also the unit of international women movement. Now we have another speaker from Turkey, from the Boğaziçi University. Maybe some of you are already familiar with the situation at Boğaziçi University. The professors and the students at Boğaziçi University are struggling since January 2021 against the President Erdogan's authoritarian regime for defending the university autonomy and for their academic freedom. So, Yeşim Arat, we know how tough the situation is. Please don't give up. Keep struggling. We are with you. So we have Yeşim Arat from Boğaziçi University, and her title for her presentation is Struggle Against Gender-Based Violence and Peace Building, the Khmer Experience. She is a professor in the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Boğaziçi University. She is a political scientist specialized in gender politics, Turkish politics, women in Turkish politics, and women's movement in Turkey. She is the author of many articles and books on gender, Turkey, and Turkish politics. In 2009, for example, she published Violence Against Women in Turkey, a nationwide survey with Ayşe Gül Altınay, and her last work is Turkey Between Democracy and Authoritarianism with Şevket Pamuk, published in 2019. She will talk about a women's foundation in Turkey, which is called Kamer Kadın Dayanışma Merkezi Women's Center, the largest women's NGO organized in East and Southeast Turkey and founded in 1997. The floor is yours, Yeşim Hocam.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Sevgi. I would like to thank the organizers and, of course, Sevgi Doğan for bringing me in. It's wonderful to meet old friends and new ones. I will make an intervention in the discussion using relatively old data and hopefully complement the discussion. In this presentation, I argue that a feminist organization that is founded to fight gender-based violence, rather than engage in peace building, can nevertheless contribute to it in the context of armed conflict by raising women's consciousness. I will bring Kamer, literally Women's Center, organized to fight against gender-based violence, to your attention as a case study to develop this hypothesis. Kamer, in its fight against gender-based violence, builds bridges between women of seemingly irreconcilable persuasions. Kamer's work for raising awareness for gender-based violence in Tunceli, a predominantly Alevi Kurdish province, and neighboring Elazığ, a predominantly Sunni Turkish province, both located in southeast Anatolia, where the Kurdish revolt continues, helps promote solidarity between women of enemy camps. I shall first briefly describe Kamer and then relate its work in Tunceli and Elazığ to examine how it can play a conciliatory role in armed conflict. My presentation is based on research conducted between January 2006 and 2007 with Ayşegül Altınay for a project on gender-based violence in Turkey that Sevgi mentioned. As part of this project, we conducted in-depth interviews with 83 women associated with Kamer, besides many others, including those in positions of leadership as well as others who received support from Kamer and attended the awareness workshops convened by the organization. We were able to conduct focus groups with women who attended or were attending these workshops. Kamer, founded in 1997 in the Kurdish-dominated city of Diyarbakır, is the largest women's NGO organized in eastern and southeastern Turkey. It's a striking case because it has been successful in bringing together women with deep hostilities and uniting them over human rights-based feminist values, feminism, in a struggle against gender-based violence. Its nonviolent activism is particularly noteworthy because the organization reaches women in the context of militarized ethnic nationalism, both Turkish and Kurdish, in a Kurdish populated southeastern Turkey. Even though Kamer does not define itself as a Kurdish group, it is predominantly made up of Kurdish women. The association was found and operates within a war zone of militarized ethnic nationalism. Kurdish revolt led by the Kurdish Workers' Party, the PKK, an armed guerrilla movement, began in 1978 and still persists. Kamer is in transnational human rights feminism, which is its most important defining feature, takes root in this context of violent ethnic strife. The founder of Kamer, Nebahat Akkoç, personally survived the worst of state violence in the course of ethnic confrontation and gradually discovered feminism. I won't get into that. Nebahat Akkoç explains the goals of the founding women in establishing Kamer, writes that their aim was to question violence, be aware of violence, and make others be aware of violence, and do something for ourselves. In this spirit, Kamer began its successful awareness workshops. The aim in these workshops, literally called group work by Kamer members, was to empower women by making them aware of different types of violence in their lives and help them resist this violence through more effective communication skills. Group work exposes its participants to the basics about feminism, rights, citizenship, democracy, and democracy. These workshops usually have 10 to 20 women and last about 13 weeks. In the first 2 weeks, the women who become part of the group work learn about active listening to develop means of deepening empathy, to better communicate with the people around them. Later, when they discussed the topic of violence and violence towards women, they share their personal experiences of violence and discuss means of confronting them. Through these workshops, women become aware of the pervasiveness and impact of violence in their lives and go through quite painful personal and political transformations. They confront their own prejudices towards others different from them. They realize their responsibilities to themselves, their immediate and broader communities in leading dignified lives. And learning the language of human rights feminism is the critical tool in this transformation that generates further propagation of this language. The facilitators in the workshops are very careful not to give formulaic answers to the women attending the workshops to avoid patronizing them. They expect from and give unconditional respect to the women who need their support, do not judge them, and aim to develop empathy. Yet they encourage women to be self-confident, learn to say no when they do not want to do something, develop stronger selves, and respect themselves. They thus gain the skills to transform themselves, the violence in themselves, and violence in their relationships. Khmer operates in a region where religious and ethnic groups have traditionally been biased against one another. In this context, being an independent organization refusing links to any political group is crucial. As a group of women, many of whom have Kurdish backgrounds, in a region that is polarized by war and the PKK, recruiting among the friends and relatives of some of these women, remaining independent as an organization has not been an easy task for Khmer. For many Kurdish women, especially those who are affiliated with support or work for the Kurdish political party in the region, Khmer is seen as an irresponsible, apolitical group, if not a traitor to the cause. For the representatives of the state, the bureaucrats, soldiers, or ordinary Turkish women, Khmer's Diyarbakir background is a liability in itself. They assume that anyone from Diyarbakir is a supporter of the PKK, if not its militant, working to undermine the unity of the nation. Khmer, on the other hand, works with groups of women of all groups, including but not limited to Kurdish, Turkish, Arab, Sunni, and Alawi ones. A focus on the two neighboring provinces of Tunceli and Elazığ that are foil to one another can help us better understand how Khmer's awareness raising through a feminist discourse can help transcend violence and build bridges and empathy among hostile constituencies. Tunceli province, once named Dersim, and where the state violently crushed a Kurdish uprising in 1938, is one of the least economically developed regions of eastern Anatolia. The memory of violent conflict with the state continues to define the collective memory of its inhabitants. The PKK has strong roots in the province. Alevi Kurds, Alevis being a non-Sunni Muslim minority in Turkey, constitute the majority of the population. Alevi women are active participants in socio-economic and political life of the province, very visible in the streets, without any Islamic head covers, working outside the home. The neighboring Elazığ is a foil to Tunceli. It is economically developed. It's an economically developed center in eastern Anatolia with abundant natural resources in minerals and agricultural land. The majority of the population is Sunni Muslim, religious, nationalist, conservative. In the city streets, most women walk with their Islamic headscarves. In the general elections, both the nationalist and the religious vote in Elazığ has always been higher than their average in Turkey. As such, the Kurdish populated pro-PKK Tunceli and the conservative pious Elazığ are hostile neighbors with different worldviews who blame one another for their problems. Khmer became active in Tunceli and Elazığ in 2005. Tunceli was a difficult region to develop a feminism that could override the preoccupations of its Alevi Kurdish population with the Kurdish issue. PKK had many sympathizers in the province. Tunceli had one of the few female mayors in the country, and she was from DEHAP, the Kurdish party sympathetic to the PKK at the time. Under the circumstances, Kamer's call for an unconditional non-violence or a liberal feminist discourse did not resonate well. Kamer's independence meant collaboration with the state rather than fighting on the side of PKK, and feminism was a luxury in a context where Alevi women who did not have the orthodox Sunni religious constraints on them, like being subservient to their husbands, already felt strong. Çiğdem, who organized the Kamer workshops, explained that Kurdish Tunceli women challenged Kamer's stance against violence, arguing that theirs was not violence, but legitimate self-defense. Despite these challenges, Kamer was able to take root in Tunceli. Çiğdem was persuasive in introducing the human rights-based feminist discourse that rejected violence. Regardless of where it comes from, they were against it. In a group discussion we had with women who had attended the Kamer workshops, these Tunceli women told us how their relationship with their children changed and how they stopped beating their children. They began communicating with their husbands and began questioning the effectiveness of violence in pursuing their goals. In 2007, Kamer was conducting workshops even in the remotest districts of Tunceli. In Elazığ, the dynamics of initiating Kamer workshops with a non-violent women's rights as human rights perspective was different. While Kamer's claim to be an independent organization was an accost to Kurdish nationalism in Tunceli, it was an accost to Turkish nationalism in Elazığ. The Turkish nationalist Elazığ suspected the Kurdish Diyarbakır-based Kamer, despite the latter's claim to independence. Anyone from Diyarbakır was stigmatized as anti-Turk and pro-PKK, which in turn was a threat to be challenged. However, in due time, Kamer's independent stance and feminist discourse enabled her to reach Elazığ as well as Tunceli, both initially hostile to one another as well as to Kamer, and transformed them. In Elazığ, Çiğdem, who organized Tunceli, initiated an awareness-raising group work with the help of old friends she had. Most of the women who attended the first small workshop did so without their husband's permission. Some said they were attending a religious discussion group, others gave the pretext of visiting close relatives. Many women were wearing Islamic headscarves and were housewives. While group discussions in Tunceli quickly turned towards state violence and women's experience of state violence, in Elazığ, they moved towards religious subjects. Problems women experienced and the nature of domestic violence were also different in Elazığ. Many women had marital problems. Some were beaten, others had to tolerate extramarital affairs. Kamer empowered these women and helped them overcome their marital problems by leading them to become aware of their rights as women. A local psychiatrist who was treating a woman in depression began promoting Kamer after he observed how the group helped his patient recover from the extramarital affair of her husband. When Kamer came to Elazığ, it had to prove before anything else that it was an independent organization, which meant no links to the PKK. Women of Elazığ deeply suspected Kamer. During the workshops, when violence was discussed and women divulged their own experiences of violence, the workshop facilitator introduced relaxation techniques. After one such meeting, Çiğdem suggested that women close their eyes, or better still, lie on the floor with closed eyes. Some women winked and looked up because they did not trust Çiğdem, but still silence reigned. The mother-in-law in whose house the workshop convened before Kamer acquired its own place was frightened and could not refrain herself from looking through the keyhole to see if the women inside were alive. She called her daughter-in-law to step outside the room to advise her not to close her eyes. It's the organization or something, referring to PKK. PKK was referred as terrorist organization. They could harm you or drug you, she insisted. She would not trust the Kurdish women from Diyarbakir, who she assumed were on the enemy camp. Over time, women of Elazığ narrated this story with embarrassment as a yardstick of how far they had moved in their relationships with the women from Diyarbakir. One of these women, Sibel, who was herself transformed deeply by Kamer, worked hard to institutionalize the organization. The group in Elazığ, despite widespread claims among her friends that it was a PKK tool, Sibel in 2006 helped celebrate March 8 with a Purple Bazaar organization. All our interviews from Elazığ, including Sibel, prided themselves with Purple Bazaar. Women from all the provinces in which Kamer worked came to this bazaar to exhibit and sell their handcrafts, regional delicacies, and dresses. Women with different religions, customs, ethnicities intermingled, staying in the same hotel, eating the same food, sharing experiences. The Kurdish Alevi women from Tunceli realized women from Elazığ were not the nationalist reactionaries that they thought they were, and women from Elazığ realized Kurdish women from Tunceli were not the frightening enemy that aimed to obliterate them. Both had been initiated into a feminist discourse which helped them sympathize with one another. Sibel proudly told us how she had had her picture taken in a regional dress from Şırnak, a Kurdish province with a history of guerrilla warfare. After this successful experience in Elazığ, Sibel took on the difficult task of becoming a group facilitator in Tunceli. When she first arrived in Tunceli, she openly declared herself as a Sunni woman and acknowledged that Tunceli was an Alevi province. Soon enough, the Tunceli women accepted Sibel and respected her fasting during Ramadan, a Sunni but not Alevi practice. Kamer, women in Tunceli knew that Sibel did not approve of. Kamer women in Tunceli knew that Sibel did not approve of PKK, but they collaborated in discovering the implications of a feminism which questioned all types of violence that inequality is bred. In short, Kamer nurtured empathy between these enemy provinces. The Alevi Kurdish women of Tunceli first had to overcome their prejudices against Kamer because it defined itself as an independent feminist organization from Diyarbakir, only to confront later a much deeper prejudice which they nourished against their nationalists.
Yeşim Hocam, sorry to interrupting, but you have just 5 minutes.
Oh, it will end in 5 minutes. Neighbors in Elazığ. Elazığ mirrored Tunceli. The Turkish national Sunni women of Elazığ had to overcome resistance against both the independent Kamer as well as the Alevi Kurdish women of Tunceli. Confronted with rising ethnic tensions, the Turkish Sunni and Kurdish Alevi women of Kamer from these two provinces were able to articulate a feminist ethics of nonviolence, which was put into practice in their relationships. By organizing a public event such as Purple Bazaar, they were also assuming agency in transforming the ethnicized and masculinized public spaces of these towns, communicating through a language of feminism to build solidarity and a sense of community that they could challenge that could challenge violence and war. This was a language of the right to difference and equality to men. In this discourse of in all types of violence, including gender-based violence, was an encroachment on basic human rights. Kamer was sowing the seeds of peace by encouraging understanding, solidarity, and a sense of community between women who once saw each other as enemies. This might be a small step on the road to peace, but nevertheless a beginning contribution. And thank you for listening. Sevgi, is the voice?
Viola, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Yeşim Hocam. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now from the Palestine and Turkey, we are moving to Balkans, to Kosovo. We have Viola Erviola Selanika, but I hope she will hear us. Viola, can you hear us? We have another technical problem again, and she is there, but she cannot hear. We will try if we can hear. Can you speak? Maybe we can hear you. No. Yeah, it's 2 times she tried, but yeah, she already tried it. We cannot hear. You can hear us. She can hear us, but we cannot hear. We cannot hear you. Okay. Can you try to reconnect again, please? But we cannot hear you. You are speaking, but we cannot hear you. We cannot see you. Okay. She can hear us from YouTube, on YouTube, but she cannot hear us from Google Map. She's speaking, but we cannot hear. I don't know. You reconnect, please. Can you reconnect? No, we cannot hear you. Oh. The other can hear us, but you cannot hear us. We cannot hear you. Try again. Let's see. Or otherwise, we can try on phone. How we can try on the phone? Is it? From your phone, maybe you can connect. Yeah, she's listening us in YouTube. Okay, let's try.
Hi, Sevgi, can you hear me?
Okay, now, yes, yeah, now we
I'll
hear
try
you.
on the phone, but it's not.
Okay, also we can see you. Okay. Today there are many technical problems, but okay, we can continue. Okay. Yes. You can share also your presentation. I will introduce Viola. Erviola Selanica from Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa. Her presentation's title is Can
you hear me now?
Sorry, you can hear me now? Viola? Unmute yourself, maybe. You are mute.
Okay.
Oh, okay, now, okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Her presentation title is International Agendas and Local Women Activism for Peace and Security in Post-War Kosovo. Erviola Selanica is postdoc fellow at Scuola Normale Superiore and adjunct professor in terrorism and counterterrorism at the University of Bologna. She is also visiting research fellow at the University of Sussex. Her research interests include the political economy of education, state building and state formation in post-war settings, peace building, conflict, the global governance of aid and development, global changes, and world order. She is the author of many articles and book chapters. Just to give some examples, in 2020 she published the article entitled The Education for Whom: Engineering Multiculturalism and Liberal Peace in Post-Conflict Kosovo, and Countering Violent Extremism and Radicalization in Kosovo in International State and Social Responses and Their Consequences, which published in 2020. She will focus on Kosovo as a case study in terms of adaptation, translation, and implementation of women, peace, and security agenda in a post-conflict society. She interviews the local and international agency, networks, and organizations in order to reveal what the empirical cracks, tensions, and convergence in the implementation of the women, peace agenda in Kosovo are. So, floor is yours, Viola.
Thank you, and hello to everyone. I'm for Google Meet problems. It has never happened to me, but apparently there was some incompatibility with the computer. So now I'm speaking from my iPhone. That means that I cannot share the presentations that I had prepared for today, but maybe Valentina and Sevgi can share it with you afterwards. So in this presentation, I will focus on the role of international actors and international agendas and local women activism for peace and security in post-war Kosovo by sharing a research that I was commissioned by the Sant'Anna School for Advanced Studies and the Agency for Peace Building, which is based in Bologna, that try to look at the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda and the 1325 resolution in a number of case studies in the Western Balkans, Bosnia, Kosovo, as well as in North Africa. So just to give a very brief background of the Kosovo conflict, which has been defined by many scholars and by historians such as Malcolms in 1998 as the most intractable of all political conflicts in the Balkans. Kosovo has always was part of Yugoslavia, has always been a poor and contested peripheral area, sometimes defined as a periphery of the periphery. So the development questions was intertwined with the ethno-national questions, and it is very important to understand this as a key for understanding the conflict that unfolded in between 98 and particularly in 99. So just to present briefly the genealogy of the Kosovo conflict, as I mentioned, Kosovo was part of Yugoslavia after the Second World War. And in 1974, Yugoslav constitution granted Kosovo extensive autonomy, which was removed later by Milosevic in the late 80s. Why it is important to look at Kosovo, for example, in the Yugoslavian context, because it's not possible to understand what emerged as feminist and women activism in the 90s as a form of non-violent resistance against the Serbian regime if we don't understand Kosovo's being part of Yugoslavia, because being part of Yugoslavia probably gave Kosovo and Kosovo feminists and activists a space that wouldn't have been possible, for example, if Kosovo was part of Albania. In the 90s, Kosovo ethnic Albanians developed a non-violent resistance against the repression that was carried out by the Milosevic regime and in Belgrade. They established their underground parallel state, which was called Republic of Kosovo. This is how the conflict unfolded and grew during the 90s. In between 98 and 99, Kosovo Albanians were forced into mass exodus in Albania and Macedonia. And following the Rambouillet talks in February 99 and the failure of the Rambouillet talks, NATO started a bombing campaign which lasted for 70 days. In the post-war period, a UN mission was established. It was the most unprecedented, complex, integrated operation in UN history, together with the East Timor peacebuilding mission. And the approach that the international community had in post-war Kosovo was, by some scholars, defined as a tabula rasa approach, because it disregarded institutional legacy, it was oblivious towards local ownership, sometimes it took a neo-colonial approach, it favored certain elites over others. A lot has been said about the peace-building mission in Kosovo. Probably it's the most widely cited case for both critiques and more liberal scholars working on peace-building. During this period, gender was and has been a focus of international agendas, as I will show now. However, if we were to locate the question of gender, of women, and feminism more broadly within the peacebuilding process, what I could gather based on the interviews for this project, especially by women activists and feminists on the ground, gender was pretty marginal to the overall peacebuilding agenda. When it came to the impact of the war on women, gender has been, first of all, central to conflict dynamics during the war, very similar to the Bosnia and Herzegovina case. In particular, the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war between March and June 99 during a NATO bombing. 9,000 mainly ethnic Albanians were killed by Serbian paramilitary forces, and 1,000 are still resulting as disappeared. The number of women that were sexually assaulted was a contested figure between February 98 and June 99. A very early report by World Health Organization in 2000 argued that between 10,000 and 20,000 women were sexually violated. And still today, more than 20 years later, sexual violence related to war is still a taboo in Kosovo. The majority of women have not denounced their cases. Kosovo is a highly patriarchal society. The war had also a huge impact on women in post-conflict Kosovo. And two of the most contentious issues and painful issues for gender agendas, politics, and the broader WPS agenda in post-war Kosovo have been the recognition of sexual violence during the war and the search for justice for survivors of sexual violence. Now, in order to understand what happened after the war, it's extremely important to highlight women activism and this long and rich history of women activism before the war, in particular during the 90s, because they played a key role in civic and nonviolent resistance, organizing protests and marches. And after the war, they tried to disengage, to detach gender from ethnicity and to shift the focus from the national question to the gender questions. The post-war gender parity agenda that was promoted by a number of international actors, in particular UN Women Kosovo, was part, or has to be seen as part of a broader network of feminism activism that was in continuity with struggles of women organization of the 90s. So my aim during the research, and also what I would like to share today, is to highlight some of the tensions, fractures, and convergences in the adoption, translation, and implementation of the WPS agenda in the post-war peace-building setting, shed light on the power and agency of local actors in receiving, localizing top-down international agendas, and also to present some of the limits and challenges and achievements of the WPS agenda in Kosovo, which have in particular been focusing on women representation and increasing women participation in decision-making processes. And what I would like to stress, which is something that we come back in the conclusion, is it's not possible to understand what has been achieved and what has been implemented or not achieved in Kosovo in terms of gender parity and broader feminist agendas if we don't stress the role of local women organizations and networks. Now, in the post-war phase, the agenda of gender parity was pretty fragmented, and it was initially promoted by civil society, as I mentioned earlier, in continuity with the work and the activism of women's organizations and networks during the 90s. More recently, the focus of women's organization has been to work and to mainstream the question of sexual violence and sexual victims. And in this regard, they are trying and often clashing with local institutions and local governments because they ask for forms of reparation and compensation to sexual survivors. Between 2010 and 2020, so over the last 10 or 12 years, Kosovo has indeed achieved an advanced legal framework of women's rights and gender parity, which is locally rooted and based by this rich network of women activists, but also by the role of some international actors, such as UN Kosovo Office, the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, UNDP as well. And there is a number of laws and programs that have made possible this advanced legal framework. The way I've analyzed the implementation of the WPS agenda was by analyzing the adoption and the implementation of the National Action Plan, which was adopted in 2014, and which tried to localize the implementation of the 1325 resolution. And a key role in this process has been played by the Agency for Gender Equality, which coordinates and leads a working group for the drafting of the National Action Plan, which is part of the is located in the Prime Minister office, but indeed it acts as a hybrid space that puts together different types of actors, local governmental actors, as well as local civil society, women organizations, but also international partners. The National Action Plan have been tried to achieve at least three main objectives. First of all, to increase women participation in decision-making and peace building, and to some extent, perhaps this is the first pillar where it has been more successful. Promote integrated gender perspective by fostering women participation in security structures, in particular defense and police, and also support the government to war victims and sexual survivors, or foster the support of the governments towards sexual victims. It has been informed by a number of principles, very much in line with other national action plans in the Western Balkans and a little bit less in North Africa, such as transparency and inclusion of all local and international stakeholders, stressing the role of local chief, in particular the role of civil society, which has been playing specifically critical voice on a number of NAP's objectives by monitoring and advocating key issues such as gender violence and women's political and economic participation. If we were to analyze the governance of promoting gender mainstreaming, institutionalizing gender parity at different local and regional levels, one could say, or what I have found out and identified in my research, that it can be seen as an example of hybrid governance with all the limits that this concept carries on when it comes to peace building literature, which is composed by three types of actors: governmental actors, women activists, and organizations and international actors. As I mentioned earlier, the Agency for Gender Equality has played an extremely important role, but also other offices in the parliament, but also custody security forces have played an important role in mainstreaming gender parity. Among the international actors, here we have UN Women Kosovo, OSCE, UNDP, the European Union, a number of embassies, the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Civil society organizations, there are many in Kosovo, a lot of women organizations. Kosovo Women Network is perhaps the most active one, which is a network of 153 women's organizations. The parts where the law and the agenda of the WPS agenda has been more important has been in increasing the participation of women in defense and security structures, as well as the participation of women in politics. However, it's not really easy to understand to what extent the increase in the number of women, for example, in decision-making processes is something that is related to the implementation of the National Action Plan, or is it related to the promotion of other programs and laws that preceded the National Action Plan. Now, there has been a substantial increase of women representation in the parliament. However, this has not been translated into effective strengthening of decision-making power of women. There has been also a persistent gap between gender-sensitive approaches that have been approved in parliament and the real needs and participation of women in decision-making processes, in particular in economic terms. And a gap exists also in the implementation of the National Action Plan in between rural and urban areas. What is perhaps worth noticing, which is completely unique in the Western Balkans region, but also more broadly, is that Kosovo has been electing twice, in 2011 and 2020, women as president of the republic. The latest president of the republic is Vjosa Osmani, which is 38, extremely young. However, this hasn't been, for example, translated into the increase of representation of women in political parties, which remains like bastions of and mirrors of patriarchal values and society in Kosovo. Now, what has been the role of women for peace in the peace-building process in Kosovo? Issues such as gender violence and victims of sexual violence, although have been extremely taboo issues for example, political parties and for most of the governments in Kosovo, have been at the core of the Agency for Gender Equality, but also at the core of the work of feminist organizations. And the political process of bringing to the surface and mainstreaming such issues has been extremely tensious and contentious. In particular, a lot of tensions between different local actors, such as political parties on the one hand, and civil society. Controversial also for the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia has been the recognition of sexual violence as a weapon of war. What I found out in my research was a strong synergy and also a feminist agenda between the Agency for Gender Equality and Kosovo women activists, with regard, for example, to sexual violence during the war. So in this regard, one could say that it has been a profoundly locally driven process. And women, Kosovo women feminists have been leading not only women organizations, so not just a part of civil society, but also the Agency for Gender Equality, but even UN Women Kosovo, because all the most important figures within the UN Women Kosovo have been Kosovo women and have been previously part of different women's and feminist organizations. I found on overall consensus among interviewees that in order to have sustainable peace in the long run, the question of justice has to be addressed. And so far, this issue has not been incorporated, for example, in the dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo. Some of the challenges in the implementation of the WPS agenda in Kosovo has been, for example, at the level of collaboration and coordination. While coordination between international actors and local actors over time has improved and has been pretty efficient on the level of agenda setting and implementation, it has been less efficient when it comes to the coordination among different international actors. This is something that you can find in all other contexts, post-war peace-building missions, and also in other sectors, such as, for example, security sector reform. As it is usually the case, each international actor has its own agenda, for example, on gender, and even more importantly, between 2015 and 2018, only 7% of the budget by international actors was earmarked specifically and explicitly for gender equality. There were diverging views, for example, by interviewees on whether the government was politically willing to sustain gender-related budgets, and overall interviewees identified a lack of programmatic capacity for example, budget for forecast or assessing needs and capacities. The active participation of women in the job market remains one of the most problematic issues. There is prevailing female informality of female employment, and it has been argued both by interviewees across the international and local spectrum that economic independence and the improvement of the economic status of women is key for addressing, for example, high levels of gender violence, which remains worrying and problematic still today. And what is more importantly, and this is another, I guess, similarity with other peace-building processes across other contexts, is the failure to include the most marginalized and peripheral communities or voices in the National Action Plan, in the promotion of the broader WPS agenda, because, for example, outside the capital, the resolution 1325, but even the National Action Plan are not widely known. However, although there have been a number of challenges, and despite the current political crisis, only in the past 2 years, I think Kosovo changed 4 governments. 80% of National Action Plan activities have been implemented precisely because there has been a good political willingness to collaborate between local institutions, women's organizations, but as well as international actors. And perhaps one of the reasons why this has worked is the strategic positioning of women politicians at executive, legislative levels. This has been another key factor for the promotion of gender policies and agendas, but also a strong leadership of the Agency of Gender Equality, and in particular full openness towards women's organizations. And women's networks and activism has been another key factor for the promotion of the 1325 resolution. Now, to just finalize with the last slide and conclude, what I want to stress is that, as similar to other conflicts and wars, in particular those taking place during the 90s, gender was central to conflict dynamics in the Kosovo War, and sexual violence against women has been used extensively as a weapon of war. The articulation of a post-war gender parity agenda has been the result of a rich local feminism that an active feminist activists that predated the WPS agenda, PS agenda and the war, and their role has been key for the consolidation of advanced legal framework for gender issues, which is unprecedented in the region, and also for mainstreaming at the institutional and governmental levels taboo issues such as sexual violence and victims' compensations. On structural goals, there have been an overall convergence between three types of actors: local institutions, women's organizations, and international actors. And in all these types of actors, what has been even more important is, as I mentioned earlier, these strategic positions of feminists, or that have had the background and legacy of feminist activism during the 90s. Now, the WPS agenda in Kosovo has encountered similar limits as to other contexts, such as a narrow focus on women's political participation. This has been perhaps one of the most important frustrations among women activists, which I interviewed for the research. Of course, they argue that the WPS agenda is extremely narrow and it fails to be transformational. It's not fully feminist, not at least in the way most of the feminists in Kosovo understand feminism. Kosovo is distinct from other contexts in the region, in particular because of the existence of a rich network of feminist activism that has facilitated the promotion of the 1325 agenda. It has hybridized it with locally rooted instances, imperatives, and needs. When it comes to the promotion of the WPS agenda in Kosovo, it has neither aimed nor achieved broader transformational goals and has not addressed persistent problems such as a constant rate of domestic violence, huge tensions among local actors when it comes to survivors of sexual violence, and the problematic economic status of women in a deeply patriarchal society. I thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Viola. Can you hear me? No? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Viola, for your presentation. And again, through your presentation, we see that how it is important to have also national action plan for the peace and for the resolve the conflicts. Not only local, but also international civil society organization in some sense intersect. Now we have still 10 minutes to conclude our session. I'm asking you if you have question, please ask your question to our speakers here and also online.
Okay, so as a historian, I always argued that in the 20th century, that in many contexts it was easier for women like colonial subjects or even any subaltern sort of groups to seek rights in international fora than in national contexts. And I'm wondering from your stories, because they're such rich stories, are they problematic? You know, things don't always end up the way you want, but they're incredibly rich networks and accounts, and yet they disappear really in national stories very often. So I wonder if the international is still kind of the main forum for, you know, feminist ambitions and the methods and processes by which they get achieved in this context of peace building.
Okay, other questions, please.
Thank you very much to all of you. Excellent presentations. I was very interested to see how each one of you spoke about the informal movements of women in the various transitional processes. So I was very interested to see the Palestinian NGOs and how maybe, and I wonder whether these are the elites, because of course in order to go to Geneva and to Strasbourg, etc., you know, the NGO, the group has to have the money and the language, and which means that maybe sometimes they do not really represent the, you know, the women who are actually the victims per se. So I wonder whether what is the relationship between these groups and the women on the ground in Palestine, and whether the women on the ground are whether they are antagonizing each other or whether they work together, etc. About Kosovo, also the same thing, because I remember that I was doing some work for a minority rights group, and there was this discussion about the music that brought together Kosovar women with Bosnian women. So these informal movements of bringing of women sitting and talking and maybe improving matters with the people who heard them before. And the same thing about Kurds, because I have an image of Kurdish women as being very strong and very strong, but at the same time there is a gap when they are together with men. So I was wondering whether informally there are in the mainstream these feminist groups exist, or whether they are in the periphery, and in the central places you see the men kind of being the leaders. And I'm talking from my own experience in Greece, that, you know, we have this very cynical way of saying that the woman rules, but it's the man that is supposed to be seen to rule, which says a lot. So yes, all of you, if you can talk about informal networks of women. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Maybe we can take other one questions more. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for the very interesting and wonderful presentations. My question is for Professor Jad. I was very interested by this fact that you mentioned that Palestinian women's movements tried to come together with Israeli women in order to advocate for peace, which is very interesting because last week I was at a conference in Venice, a workshop actually, and we discussed the possibility of trying to develop a new identity in order to overcome the conflict, which is an identity based on peace and solidarity, which should ideally help move on from this conflict, which has been going on for 100 years, basically. So I was wondering whether if you
would argue that women would be actually central in developing this kind of identity, and if you think that developing this kind of identity would actually be effective in, of course, if there is also political will in trying to solve the conflict. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have too much time, so I will give the floor first, Islah Jed, to answer the questions.
Well, okay. If international forum can be a platform for women's rights, of course it can be, if it is applied equally on all nations and all peoples. But as Professor Xantakis mentioned this morning, you know, sometimes international mediums can stand in the way of achieving rights for the very fact of a very powerful imbalance of power in the region in the disfavor of the Palestinian cause. So people know in my area, they know that international medium will not achieve justice for them. However, they keep talking and they keep insisting on talking to the ethical stand of people and ethical stand of this international medium, accompanied this time by movements such as, you know, the BDS, for example, and the call for boycott, and the important last reports of international human rights organizations calling the system that persecutes Palestinians by its name. It is apartheid, or a settler colonial frame that suppresses the peoples and endangers their physical existence on daily basis. This is the horrible fact about the Palestinian issue, that they are endangered on daily basis. I mean, just come to any village or any city in the West Bank or Jerusalem, you see settlers armed to their teeth every day and evict you from your own house in front of, you know, the world media and cameras, and, you know, no one moves. So yes, it is, you know, important as an ethical medium to raise the consciousness of the people. Maybe one day the balance of power will be in favor of the oppressed. The second question, it is very important in the sense, again, Professor Xantakis mentioned that it is very important to operationalize international, you know, law and international human rights. I would say it is important to root it, to indigenize it, to find organize social groups and organization carry this, you know, medium and implement it and digenize it in the sense that it becomes a daily tool they use to sustain, you know, and to resist the oppression on daily basis. This is not the work of NGOs. This is not the work of NGOs. And my whole argument is that I try to examine the relationship between social movement or grassroots movement and the NGOs. NGOs, yes, they might give a voice, they might amplify a voice, but amplification and giving a voice should be supported by political and social powers on the ground. If they are not supported, they are dislinked, and they might be falling very easily in a political frames. And this is happening sometimes in this international forum. I participated in some of this, you know, gathering. And it was so surprising for me to see Israeli women in tears. You know, when we insisted on, what about the refugees? The refugees are victims. They're still living in refugee camps. So the insistence from the Israeli side, history is no longer, on the agenda. Let us look forward. Let us look forward and how we can, we women, deconstruct our nationalist ideologies and integrate women in building peace. But on what basis? On what historical basis? This is what they didn't want to hear, because they cannot deal with the repercussions of what happened to these refugees by uprooting them by force without talking about recompensation or reparation or anything of this, even apology. They are not ready for that. So they want to achieve peace in the context of colonial oppression, still exercising it on the Palestinians. That's why most of the initiatives for peace building failed, and it will not succeed unless, basic national rights for the Palestinians are recognized by these initiatives. So the final question about decent solidarity. Again, decent solidarity on what basis? Clear bases are very important. Building trust, we have relations with Israeli feminist activists. Mahsoumoch, for example, that they observe and, register all violations exercised against the Palestinian on checkpoints. So they come physically to watch the violations on daily basis, inflicted by the Israeli army on these checkpoints. And there are lots of violations, lots and lots of, and sometimes they are very bloody, and many, Palestinians have been killed on the suspicion of maybe they will attack, soldiers on this. So the first reaction is killing and then investigating, the case. So we have some relations with, physicians for human rights. These are doctors, mostly women, supervising the different sort of torture exercised on Palestinian prisoners, including the testing of some medications and testing of some, medical treatment on them. So these are the bases, of cooperation. So it means that you are doing your best to stop or to advocate or to scandalize the kind of oppressions exercised by this. But having an agenda that we women have something in common as gender, and this is enough for building trust and working together, no, it doesn't work like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. Now I will give floor to Ayşe Hocam.
Actually, Kosovo representation got more questions, so I'll cut it short to answer your question. I would make a differentiation between women's informal networks working for women's rights and for peace building, because in Turkey, when it comes to working for women's rights issues, a women's group, I would say, is the strongest oppositional group. So they are very much connected, and they fight against authoritarian masculine governance in Turkey, and they succeed most of the time, and they're very much connected to international networks too. But when it comes to peace building, they're less visible because peace is criminalized in Turkey. And there was only, as far as I know, one woman group network, initiative, Women for Peace initiative, that brought together different groups, and they were also connected internationally. But because the peace process failed and because peace has been criminalized, they're not in the mainstream. They're in the periphery, I would argue. So I would say there is a difference between women's group working for the women's rights issues and women's groups working for peace building in Turkey. And it's really hard to bring it together, the gender issues and the peace issues together.
Thank you, Betül Hocam. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time, and Viola has to leave because of his daughter. Her daughter is not well. So we are complete our session today, and I thank all speakers and listener participants who participate here and who are here and who are online. I thank you, Yeshimarat, for her presentation. And tomorrow we will meet at 9 o'clock here. We have still 3 sessions on women, the role of women and women or civil society organization, and along with book launch. So thank you very much again for all of you to be here, to listen us, and see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening.